Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition of the PiGosaur Monday number 6. I'm, of course, your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to another PTR tournament. Again, the PiGosaur Monday, alongside many other weekly events, have been held here on the PTR, and we will embrace that once again. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and we have our first series here of the night. We are jumping into our PvP. Oh boy, we're going to be jumping into Hecate to kick things off. For those that are curious, one moment, as we do head into this. For those that are curious, of course, the event is held on the PTR server, but there are only 6 maps. There are only 6 maps in the PTR, and we do have vetoes for a best of 7 instead. As it looks like we are going to be setting up. Hold on. There is US West. Okay, beautiful. So it looks like we're going to have to remake. Looks like we will be remaking here on US West. All good. But yes, because we're setting up for best of 7s, we will be having one extra map. That one extra map is going to be Hecate. Hecate is added to the map pool. Is an old map from years gone by. Is not going to be a part of the new season. Bear that in mind. Is not going to be a part of the new season. But it is still available here if the players do veto through it and they do allow it to pass through. So game 1 is going to be Hecate. We will be remaking... Oh, pretty sure? Yeah. we remake. Assuming Chromawa is from the land of the... from the Americas. But regardless, welcome one and all. Again, the bracket is quite stacked. There's a lot to go over as well. What I'm excited by, though, is I believe we're seeing a debut from one key player, and that is MaxPax. I mean, because of the break that we have, because of the pause that we do have here at the start of the series, we can take a moment to have a look at the bracket itself. We can have a look at the bracket from the top. It's so big. There's a lot of players here, a lot of matches. We have at the very top MaxPax. I think this is MaxPax's first PiGosaur Cup. I know that it was very prevalent in ESL Open Cup Americas, and I think MaxPax may have played in an Orsasaurus Cup. But yeah, I believe this is his first time competing in the PiGosaur Monday. So great to see MaxPax. He's the #1 seed in the entire tournament, and we'll see if he can bring it home. And we'll see if he can win a weekly here this week, or this tonight, I should say. We'll see. What I mean by that is, of course, last night we were casting the Wardy TV Monday, and we saw that MaxPax was taken out in the finals versus Trap. I recommend the VODs. It was a crazy series and a crazy finals. Likewise, I didn't get to tune into the KSRC, the Kalaris Rotterdam Steadfast Cup, but apparently MaxPax also went down in the quarterfinals there against Estrella. There might even be a rematch. We might see MaxPax versus Estrella have a rematch here tonight. I would love to see it, especially because we didn't get to. It didn't get casted. It did not get casted. I was actually going over the VODs. I was checking Rotterdam, Steadfast, and Zombie Girl, because the 3 of them were casting in English. I checked all of their VODs, and no one casted Estrella versus MaxPax. I was like, what the hell? what's going on? So no one did cover it, no one did cast it. Unfortunately, I would have loved to have seen what the hell happened in that PvP, and maybe we get to see a rematch here and we get a glimpse of what occurred last night. I would hope so. I would hope so. As we are going to be remaking and getting it. Hello, Cyberjohn in the chat. Hello, I see Psycons as well. BBQ. Cotado, bienvenidos. Shema. Good morning, evening, afternoon, wherever you happen to be. Good to see you. And I do apologize for the delayed start of the series, but it's okay. They're just sorting things out. They're figuring out how to host on a different server as well. For those that are curious, on the PTR, there are only 2 servers. On the PTR, there's US West and US Central. Only 2 servers on the PTR, so you are quite limited in kind of what servers you can select and how you can play. which is not ideal, but it's okay. We can still work with it. It's all good. We can still host events at least and work around that. But here we go. We're jumping into the first series of the night, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have the red Protoss player. It is Chromoa. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the teal Protoss representing himself, currently teamless. It is LunaC. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is time to get your Gamma going. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. We are here in the round of 32, and we'll see who can advance on into the next round. We can go over more in depth into the rest of the brackets after this series, when we're a little bit less preoccupied, a little bit less distracted. We can focus on the bracket thereafter. For now, we're going to be settling in. As I was attempting to explain earlier, we are loading into Hecate. Again, this map is not a part of the new map pool. It is not a part of the new season of maps either, but this is just a filler map. Basically, it's just a filler map here, as we did need an additional map to actually conduct best of sevens on the PTR. We did see that some tournaments are actually just allowing a map to be duplicated, or like to reuse a map if it does go to that kind of setup or anything like that. But yeah, for the most part, a lot of open cups have agreed to use Hecate instead. The reason for that is no one wanted to use a current map in the map pool. No one wanted to use a map like, I don't know, Site Delta or Alcyone or any of the other current maps, Amphion, because that would just, I mean, because it's a current map, because everyone's used to it, everyone would play on it. Everyone would play on it, so they wanted to get rid of that factor. They wanted to make sure we got as much testing as possible on the new maps instead. As a result, I think this is like the second or the third time in over a month that we're actually casting on Hecate. Like, this is a very uncommon map, thankfully, right? Like, thankfully, not many people have played on it. That is different here, though, as it is the first game of this PvP. Chromoa going for a proxy pylon here towards left-hand side. Meanwhile, LunaC also setting up for his own scout towards the left, Wiz checking his scouting, but will not quite come across the pylon, as it is going to be a proxy Twilight Council. Okay, you have my attention. Now, with a Twilight Council like this screams Dark Templar. This screams DTs. We'll see if Chromoa does embrace the proxy Dark Templar, or if he goes to something else a little bit more out of the norm. Meanwhile, LunaC is coming in for a scout, and he did confirm the 2-pylon setup. Okay, so this is actually a third pylon. Now, this is inefficient. This is a bit of an inefficient start here by Chromoa, but it is that much more hidden as a result. And LunaC, okay, he's scouting towards the right-hand side. He's setting up his own proxy pylon. He sends out 2 probes, I assume for a pylon. No, never mind. Just a more secure scout here, but LunaC sees nothing. Sees nothing, confirms nothing. And wait, what? So usually when you go for a proxy Twilight Council, it's for a Dark Shrine, which could have a lot of potential, to be honest, but no, it's gonna be Glaives. Okay. Okay. Let him cook, Pappy, let him cook. Well, so Glaive Adepts are an interesting choice. They do quite well harassing, true, right? They can harass well, they can kill a lot of workers. But in a head-to-head fight, Stalker versus Adept, I mean, I do give it to the Stalkers, as we're about to see here. The Adepts, they shade in, they're denied the shade, they do commit, and now they're going to be cleaned up. At least one of them is going to go down here. I mean, Glaives does help Adepts overall, but yeah, that's going to be another Adept going down. LunaC building up quite a hefty Stalker count overall. He has yet to really confirm the proxy, but I mean, he has map control. And again, I don't see Chromoa really contesting this kind of army anytime soon. Oh, no. I mean, Warp Gate is now finishing up. Does have a shield battery in the middle line. 2 more gateways in position as well. But here comes the army. Here comes LunaC. LunaC does move out. Glaives is about to finish. The Adepts are out of position. We need them at home. We need them back home. And Stalkers, they can just walk into the main. And they're going for the Stalkers again. There's only 2. Boys, they have to be pulled. Ay, ay, ay. Gateways are getting depowered. Brutal Artosis Pylon. Gateways are depowered. Adepts, they're across the map. They can't get much done. They need more time. And this is critical damage. Getting 10 probe kills. Ooh, shutting down more of these pylons. Going for the Stalkers. There's 1 Adept left. We do have reinforcing Adepts on the way. Meanwhile, Adepts, they do shade into the main. They make it in. Probes are going to go down. but in pales in comparison to how much losses that Chromoa is taking here. Getting into the mineral line. 1 adept left, down to soon to be 0. There's another desperation warp in, but Lunacy does get on top of the army. Getting forced back once again by the probes. Meanwhile, back at home, he defends. Yeah, back at home, he's going to be able to clean this up. The pylon is just too far away to reinforce. Chromoa, he just doesn't really have much left. He's down to 1 adept, down to 0. The adepts go down. And Lunacy, he should be aware that there's a proxy somewhere. Should be aware. There must be a pylon somewhere. Instead, Lunacy backs off. He's securing himself. Chromoa, he's down to 10 probes. Half the economy here of Lunacy. On top of that, Lunacy is on 2 bases. He can make 2 probes at a time. He is looking very comfortable. He's going for his own Dark Shrine. Let's go! I mean, that's what we should have seen earlier. Like, unironically, DTs would have done so well there. As there was 0 detection, whether it's defensively or even offensively or both. Regardless, adepts, they're going to be shading in once again. The wall is open. Yeah, late reaction by Lunacy doesn't wall off. I mean, damage is being done. True. 3 probes. And it's okay. 3 workers go down. I mean, Chromoa, he's still down 10 workers. He still doesn't really have much of an economy left over. Once again gets cleaned up, and Lunacy is now just eclipsing Chromoa here in the supply. It was a good effort. It was something different, 100%, right? Like, I'm willing to say that. It was definitely something different, something quirky, something out of the norm. Designed to try to catch his opponent off guard, and, I mean, it caught me off guard, but... unfortunately, it just took a little bit too long to really get going, and just the higher Stalker count of Lunacy was just too much to handle. Not enough at home. Lunacy, if he wanted to, he could just move out across the map, but he's just playing safe. Just chilling back at home. Adepts say threaten another shade. This time Lunacy is ready. Adepts say do get eyes on the Dark Shrine. Oof. Adepts are cleaned up, and here come the Dark Templar. They're waddling in. Chromoa does have a robo on the way, but it's still in production. And Lunacy could just focus the pylon. He could just prioritize the pylon, depower the robo, make sure it does not get up and running. Yep, there we go. He does go for the pylon, does spot the robo. And it is going to be denied. And there is no answer. There is no answer to the Dark Templar. GG, well played gets called, and Lunacy takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Why Hecate of all possible maps? So we didn't want a current map from the current map pool, so that crossed all of that out, and we wanted, I believe, just a map that was relevant to the meta. Didn't want a map that was too old, not one that was too new, you know, right down the middle. That's from my understanding, that was the rationale behind Hecate. I mean, why Hecate over, like, Romanticide, for example? Like, just settled on it for whatever reason. Did just settle on it. Here we go. We're getting into game number 2. Gonna be on Amygdala. Let's go. Let us go. So it looks like the rest of the bracket is still progressing as well. And Amygdala is a new map in the current map pool. This is one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool. We rarely get to see Amygdala. The reason for it is because of the short rush distance by ground, or the rocks, the gold bases as well, the exposed third. There's a lot to get into. But again, happy to see it embraced here early on in the tournament. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the red Protoss player down in the series, but did spice things up in game 1, and I'm hoping for some more spiciness here in game 2. It is a Chromoa. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the teal Protoss player from South Korea, leading the series 1-0. It is Luna C. Here we go. We are setting up. Once again, we do have our 2 gate openers on the horizon. Probes are moving out across the map, and we'll see if either player does commit to a proxy here once again. As I did mention, we do have this gold base here for both players. The interesting thing here about this gold is it is quite exposed. Of course, the mineral line is exposed to the center of the map, which you gain access to by breaking down the rocks or by just dropping over the wall, of course. And you can punish the space very hard. We've seen many times players struggle to maintain the space, especially if they do not have map control. Likewise, this third base here on the right-hand side is also very exposed. There's multiple attack paths, very wide open as well, very awkward and very difficult to wall off and secure. And in general, this is more often vetoed than not. But now we get to embrace it, and we'll see what our players have in store for us. As we do see CranKy going for the probe scout, does get eyes on the one pylon, but where is the second pylon? It's going to be proxied out on the map. I just realized there are destructible... Wait, what? There are unbuildable plates here as well. Interesting. I think what I find interesting here actually is that I believe these plates deny any proxy building outside of a pylon, of course, but they deny like a racks or a factory or a starport here. Specifically, it would have to be further down, and because of that, it actually makes it a little bit more exposed, as opposed to here, which is like a little corner which is tucked away, which would be difficult to like focus down the SCV if it was building it, for example. So interesting. It's something we don't see too often, but yeah, plates not at the natural, but at a proxy location instead. Huh. I mean, I didn't notice. I didn't notice it was here. Cool. Like, that's just, yeah, something that that is not common at all when it comes to our maps. But I kind of like the idea. Like, if there is like a more abusable proxy location, the idea of deterring proxies like that, or at least making it a little bit more exposed, is definitely an interesting concept. Definitely is interesting. As Hallucination does move out across the map, gets eyes on the setup. Do you see Lunacy just expanding back at home? Likewise, CranKy going for a Stargate before Nexus. Going for the Oracle. Hallucination does confirm, so Lunacy is fully aware. And it should be setting up. It's going to be on Lunacy to get ready with the shield battery and the mineral line, to get Stalkers in position as well. Knocking down those rocks. And we'll see if CranKy can still find some damage. Likewise, it looks like CranKy, he's only going for a... Oh, no, never mind. I was going to say a single Oracle. Second Oracle's on the way, so he's going to double down. Hopefully, he doesn't lose the first one. With 2 Oracles, of course, he can one-shot probes. Even if there's a shield battery in position, probes can still be vulnerable and damage can still be done. Hallucination confirms there is a second Oracle on the way. So Lunacy is fully aware of what's going on. Oracle comes in. He has 2 Stalkers in position. And, oh, we're going for the stasis. Oh! Lunacy does react in time. Does pull away. And Lunacy doesn't take much damage yet. But at least the Oracle is safe and sound, right? At least it's going to be able to gather up energy, build up, come back home, and meet up with the other Oracle. So they can meet up. Setting up back at home as well. Quite a number of I said force fields, quite a number of stasis traps, which again makes sense. We did just have the NG overcharge on one of the Oracles, plenty of energy to work with, so may as well. We'll see if they come into play. Meanwhile, from the side of Lunacy, he did go for a faster Twilight Council instead of a Stargate, so because that Lunacy will have, well, there's going to be a window where Lunacy has Blink over his opponent. Twilight Council is still just now finishing for CranKy. Oracles, they dip into the natural, they get a Revelation off. Lunacy was ready, does defend. So far, so good. And the question becomes, does Lunacy throw down extra gateways, or does he throw down a third? For the time being, he does have a 3-gate setup, 2 gates in the main and a 3rd gateway on the way. He does move out with additional probes, and this should be to set up a proxy location. I imagine Lunacy is going to be moving out on 2 bases. Does deny one of the stasis traps, the other, oh, the blinks! Lunacy does avoid. Nicely done. 3rd base on the way for Lunacy. And here comes that proxy location. So Lunacy is still expanding and taking a third, but he will be able to reinforce across the map. No proxy gateway, just a regular pylon. And he is pushing. Now, despite having Blink over his opponents, I don't see him really doing much here, much damage, especially with all these stasis traps. Lunacy rotates around. He's looking for the third. There is none. Pokes forward. Stasis goes off. Massive connection. Catches out the army. On top of that, the proxy has been found, and Chroma, he's going to completely clean this up. Takes down the pylon, the gateway. That's a kill, not a cancel. You see Lunacy comes in, trying to support his army, trying to save those stalkers. And looks like he will get away. And Chroma, he wasn't quite set up for that. Lunacy does escape. Now, even though that was a nice cleanup by Chroma, he didn't kill any stalkers, and on top of that, he's still on 2 bases. His third is very delayed, is very late. Lunacy is going to be able to take an economic advantage. With that advantage, he's taking up. Charge is on the way, +1 attack as well. Lunacy will have the upgrade lead. And it's going to be on Chroma to bounce back. Now, despite being down in upgrades and down in economy, he can make use of his army. He can try to harass across the map. He has triple. Oh my god, he made a third Oracle. I didn't even notice. But okay. Third Oracle has arrived. Chroma, he can wreak havoc. I mean, the main base looking very exposed. Lunacy is moving out. He does hit the third. Here comes the stasis, and once again, it pops off. Chroma, he does defend. He does hold on. Fake Prism towards the natural. Triple Oracle into the main. Will focus down the cannon. Up! And can go for the probes. Doesn't get many. Going for the pylon as well. Does he have enough energy? I think he does. Massive pickoff delays the upgrades. We'll have to get the hell out of here, though. Ooh, 1 Oracle goes down. A bit of a late reaction from Chroma, but this wasn't too bad. It definitely could have been better when it comes to killing probes. He didn't really get too many worker kills, but he does at least delay all these upgrades and does allow himself to catch up. Catching up in charge, catching up in +1. The gap in upgrades isn't as large as it once was. It's still there, but not too big. As Lunacy is establishing a gold, getting a 4th. And we're still focusing on a very gateway-heavy army. No one has teched into Archons yet, or Disruptors. Lunacy does get the Concave. Oh, gets a Stalker. Gets 1. One Stalker goes down. Players are getting ready. And I'm a little bit surprised that, yeah, we haven't seen any player take up any further than this. Do you have a warp into the main? But Lunacy's ready for this. Rebuild the cannon, going for the Prism. Prism goes down. Nice pick up by Lunacy. Gets the War Prism, shuts down the Zealots. Is set up on 4 bases. The goal base fully saturated. And again, because of this better economy over the course of this game, Lunacy is just getting further and further ahead. Yeah, he does maintain that army lead. And in mirror matchups, very rarely does the soup lie. The soup is here. Looking to deny the 4th. Soup is not lying, Pat. It's not lying. Looking at the other side here, 27 stalkers to 23. Okay, Concave still in favor of Lunacy as well. That's a cancel on the 4th. You can see Chroma trying to bait the army in. Up! Oh my god. Trying to bait the army in. Doesn't quite go off though. Stasis traps are still set up. Potentially, even with the supply deficit, Chroma can take a fight. If Lunacy gets caught out, speaking of, oh my god, there are so many stasis traps. Oh my god. Once again, a good start. From here, Chroma, he can either engage with the main army or try to catch out those stasis units. Nice trade there for Chroma. Another stasis up! Once again! They just keep going up! I would love to see Chroma just camp this position. Either camp it or take advantage and just dive in. Like Chroma, he has the supply lead. He can go. He can push in. Send it while you can. Reinforcements on the way. Stasis is running out. I do feel like there have been these opportunities granted to Chroma because of the stasis traps, and he hasn't been taking the full advantage of them. Stasis going off on Zealots. Stasis getting baited out. Nicely done here by Lunacy. This time he does spot them. He has the Observer. And Lunacy, he will overwhelm. Diving into the natural. At the same time, Chroma going for his Zealot counterattack. Going for the 5th. Meanwhile, he's on 3 bases. And Chroma, he just can't afford these losses. There's a DT in the mix as well. Disruptor's on the way, but that might just be too late. It might just be too little too late. As Lunacy is overwhelming the main army, Nova goes off. D's a connection. But there was just the one Nova. Meanwhile, Zealots across the map that were cleaned up. Lunacy defends. He defends, he attacks, he comes in from behind. GG, good luck it's called, and Lunacy will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Lunacy does take it. He was the favorite player coming into this series, but a shout out to Chroma because he was able to, you know, compete here. He was able to have a quirky build in game 1, and here in game 2 as well, there were some definitely opportunities granted to him thanks to all the stasis traps, thanks to the triple oracle as well. Like, there were definitely some moments for him. Regardless, GG, well played. Chroma does tap out, and Lunacy advances on to the round of 16. And the question becomes, does Lunacy have an opponent? Let's find out. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. A lot of updates. A lot of updates. We will start from the bottom as we are in the lower half of the bracket, and we will work our way up. Okay, from the bottom we have Pig. Pig up against Kai in the first round. Does take the series to 0. Pig is now waiting for the winner of Geralt and Davlatos in the round 16. Meanwhile, we have Hapsai versus Milo, currently ongoing as well. Currently mid-series. We have Thanks taking down his opponent, now up against Shin in the round of 32. Lunacy takes down Chroma. Lunacy now has an opponent, and this is why I dove on this series. The potential Nickract versus Lunacy has occurred. Nickract is going to be going up against Lunacy. This is going to be a close TVP. I do look forward to it. They're two very frequent competitors in these open online tournaments, and now they face off once again in the round 16. So best of luck. That is going to be our next series. Scrolling on over, we have Heaven. Heaven takes down J Money 2-0. We have ByuN. ByuN facing off against his opponent in the round 32 as well. Facing off against Rosarman. Meanwhile, Trigger, he's up against Rebellion in a PvP. Astray is still up against Patches. Solicitus gets a walkover in his round. Homono advances on to face off against Shameless in the round 16 as well. And MaxPax is up against Cosmic in the upper half of the bracket. So plenty of results coming in. And for the most part, the round of 32 is wrapping up. Still, a couple of matches here and there are open. Still ongoing. We're slowly working through the bracket itself. And we are just focusing on the lower half. We're focusing on the lower half of the bracket here. Focusing on these lower matches. The ideal is going to be... Hold on, let's scroll down. So the ideal is going to be... We're going to be casting Nickract versus Lunacy. That can lead into ByuN in the quarterfinals. Likewise, we can also try to catch Shin versus potentially Geralt in the quarterfinals as well. So we're kind of focusing in this area with ByuN, with Shin, with Nickract, with Lunacy, with Geralt. That's where our attention lies. Just messaging some players. Making sure we don't get left behind. are good to go. Meanwhile, shout out to all the other English casters, of course. We have Dave Testa, we have Pig. I think maybe Steadfast. I'll double check. Yeah, Steadfast is live as well. Mapu, of course. We have Rocklets also casting in Portuguese. It looks like videos are done. We are jumping into game 1. We all know it's going to be ByuN versus SHIN. I mean, there's a high chance for that to happen. I do think there are players here that can cause upsets and that can bring them down. I mean, we've seen it before. We've seen Nickrak defeat ByuN in the past. We've seen Geralt go toe-to-toe with SHIN in the past as well. There is a chance, but as you said, the favored players are ByuN and SHIN. There's a higher chance of that occurring. Meanwhile, we're settling in. We're settling into our second series of the tournament, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrak. Not Chromor. God damn it. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Teal Protoss. It is Luna C. I keep forgetting. Hold on. Un momento. I've said this before, but the PTR doesn't like the application that we use for casting tool. So I'm just trying to fix that up. But here we go. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series, on who you think will advance on into the next round. Will it go the way of the Terran, or will it go the way of the Protoss? Coming into this series, I do favor Nickrak. I do think that Nickrak, he has been a lot more successful, a lot more accomplished in current weeks and in current months, basically the entire year of StarCraft. But Lunacy has become more and more active over the past, I want to say 2-3 months. It's been great to see the activity of Lunacy rise throughout the course of the off-season of EPT. And I want to believe that we can have a back and forth between these two players. For now, we're settling in. For now, we are settling in. Do have our economic opener out of Nickrak going for the Rax Expand. So economic start. Likewise, Lunacy going for his own setup as well. Just standard gate expand from the Protoss. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. But once again, we're loading into Amygdala. I mentioned before that we haven't seen this map too often when it comes to the matches that we've casted. But at least here in this TVP, we are embracing it. Oh boy. And I'm curious how our players will approach this. I mentioned before how difficult and how open and how exposed this third base is. Same with the gold base as well. Nickrak does often take an aggressive approach in this matchup. Speaking of aggression, there it is. We have a second Rax on the way. I would not be surprised if we throw down a third Rax as well, and Nickrak may just embrace a 3 Rax timing. Up. Oh no, this is something a little bit more different here, rarely seen in TVP. This is a 2-1-1, or at least it's a setup for a 2-1-1. Now we'll see if Nickrak goes for a starport or a third Rax thereafter, but this should be factory into starport, into an add-on swap, into 16 Marine double medevac stim timing. So very bold move here by Nickrak. Meanwhile, across the map, Reaper did slip in, got a scout off, and checking the vision. Nickrak, did he see what was going on? He did. He did spot. Oh no, my apologies. Did not spot the tech. Did not get behind the mineral line. And I assumed it was going to be Glaives. My apologies, it is not. It is going to be a Dark Shrine instead. We do have a proxy here on the right-hand side. We spoke about those unbuildable plates earlier. There's a gateway. There is a Dark Shrine. Lunacy being very committed here. And Nickrak is in the dark. He's still in the dark as to what's going on. Now, DTs, they do have their place in this matchup. You may be thinking, oh, don't you have scan? You do as a Terran player. Scans are available, but this early on, you're not really going to be scanning. You're going to be muling. And if Nickrak mules at the wrong time, if they mule too heavily, too quickly, then there will not be a scan available. Oh boy. Meanwhile, Nickrak, he did not get behind the mineral line. He's still unaware of the tech of choice. Doesn't see the Twilight Council. Doesn't see that it's not researching. Scout is denied. Stim is on the way. There's the add-on swap getting into Stim Marines. Meanwhile, the Dark Shrine is done, and the Dark Templar are warping in. Here we go. They are on the way. Headed for the natural. There is a skin available at the natural. No skin in the main. As long as he doesn't mule, and he... No! He muled! He just muled. No! He just muled! SVs are going down. GG gets called. He muled at just the wrong time, and Luna C takes game 1. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. GG, well played. Just like that, Luna C does take a lead in the series. It happens. As we mentioned, it happens. It's just a shame that, one, Nickrat didn't get a scout in the main, right? He would have seen the Twilight Council, he would have seen it wasn't researching, and that would have been the tell to hold on to scans. That would have been the tell to scout around the map to what the hell was going on. Unfortunately, he was playing blind. He was just getting into his own build, getting into his 2-on-1, and really it was almost a game of chance there. Was he going to mule? Was he not? Did mule into the main. No scans available. GG. GG, well played. Just like that, the Invisible Man wins the game. That's just how StarCraft goes sometimes. It happens against Terran, it happens in PvP as well. How many times have we seen a DT opener and a Protoss player doesn't have a robo? Protoss player doesn't have a robo and the game just ends. The game just ends then and there. Similar kind of setup. Again, it does happen from time to time. And yeah, with that, Lunacy takes a lead. Does take a lead. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. And I'm hoping we can embrace game 2. Now, I don't expect another DT build here in game 2. I don't expect it. Usually, you don't want to do that sort of thing 2 games in a row. You want to do it like once in a series and only once. But we'll see. I mean, Lunacy, he's crazy. He's a lunatic. He might embrace it anyway. Oh boy. And here we go. We are getting into game 2. And I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping we can bring it back, but the pressure is on. The pressure is on. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Snowpiercer, we have the red Terran player down in the series, but looking to bring it back and force the ace match representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrat. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Teal Protoss, leading the series 1-0 with a very cheeky build in game 1. Can he replicate that success in game 2? It is Luna C. As the SCV does move out across the map. Now, what is interesting about this SCV is that there is no second SCV, so there is going to be a proxy, but it doesn't look like a committed proxy here by Nickrat. I would imagine just proxy Reaper. It's right next to the Reaper cliff, so we can just go straight into the main. But we'll see if he does invest a little bit harder and go into something like a Tech Lab into proxy Marauder. Could be possible. Meanwhile, a shout out to Steadfast. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope everything is okay. Hope everything is okay. I believe Steadfast was also covering this event and also casting on his channel. So big shout out to Steadfast, of course, another pillar of the community. Without Steadfast, I mean, hey, we'd be missing an open cup because the KSRC, what does the S stand for? It stands for Steadfast with the Kalaris Steadfast Roddy Cup. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast we had earlier today with that open tournament, and hope everything was okay here as well, and hope nothing serious has come up or anything like that. Maybe a little bit tired. Regardless, welcome one and all. There we go. Reaper is in production. So not the most committed proxy here by Nickrat. He can, of course, get into the mineral line. He can threaten the probes. It's going to be on Lunacy to minimize losses. Gracias. Big shout to Steadfast. As we do have the bunker in the mineral line, Lunacy does bring a couple of extra boys here to help deal with this. Reaper has arrived. Probe's going to be going down. And the question becomes, how many workers do fall, and does the bunker finish? So far, 1 probe kill, gets 2, going for the 3rd. The bunker is going to get up and running. Reaper heads for the main, looking for more economic damage. Stalker will pop out, and hopefully the Reaper gets away in time. Oof. And takes a hit, but the bunker is done, dives on in, and will delay mining time here at the natural waste for as long as possible. Second Reaper is on the way. Third Reaper as well. So far, nice juggling with that SCV. Does keep it alive. Does some of the bunker, and the bunker is within range of the shield battery. Shield battery is under fire. Back at home, of course, Nickrat, he is expanding. Up. Is expanding. Is setting up. The SCV! Once again, dodging shots. Just trying to buy time. That is going to be a kill on the bunker, not a salvage, but he does get the shield battery, and the Reapers escape. The Reapers, they do get away. Across the map, we do see Nickrat getting into his own 1-1-1. As the Stalkers move out, the Reapers, they can move back in, and what is there at home to defend? Soon to be one Stalker and no shield battery. A bold move by Lunacy. I mean, likewise, Nickrat doesn't have much at home to defend either. He's getting into Hellion production. Hellion is on the way. Reapers, they race back home. CC will be delayed. And Hellions, they didn't really trade too well here against Stalkers. Nickrat, he does have to wait for those Reapers. And at least Lunacy, he does give himself some breathing room. He forces the army back home. Boys are being pulled. And Nickrat, he does collapse in. We'll shut this down. Once again, now I did mention that the chances of Lunacy going for DTs 2 games in a row was low. He's doing it again. He's going for it again. Aye, aye, aye. Dark Shrine is on the way. Meanwhile, Nickrat going for his own invisible units, going into a 1-1-1 into a Banshee opener. Cloak is being researched. Cloak is on the way. But before we get into Cloak Banshees, we do have the Hellion Reaper moving out across the map. And there is no SimCity. There is no wall. Lunacy does attempt to throw one down, but there's nothing of him to defend. Oh god, the probes are lining up. The Stalkers, they are in position, thankfully, in the main. But the Hellions, they just avoid the Stalkers. They slip by. They slip in. The probes are lining up. Oh my god! Takes 3 Hellions to one-shot a probe. 7 probe kills already. Oh, it's becoming too much. No, they line up! Oh my god. 11, 14! 16 workers going down. This is going to be cleaned up, but that is insane damage. And quickly checking the vision. Nickrat, did he see? Did he scout? He did. Did get eyes on the Dark Shrine. There's a pylon in the main. DT's about to be morphed in. About to be morphed in. But turrets are being thrown down. And it looks like detection is going to be available just in time. Here come the Dark Templar. Turrets have completed. The army is not quite in position though, and there's not much for Nickrat to work with. DTs are still going to get some damage. SCVs are still going to go down. Base vehicle so far. Turret falls as well. Massive pickoffs. Meanwhile, Nickrat, he does defend his main. Sorry, he does defend his natural, I should say. The main is under fire. Oh, as we do have the first scan. DTs, they do manage to get away. Yeah, barely out of range. Oh, and is there another scan available there? Soon is. In a couple of seconds. 47, 48, 49. Oh! There's the scan. Yeah, it does scan in time. Shuts down the DTs. Gets one, but doesn't get... Oh, God. Barely doesn't get the other 2. They get away. And they can go back in. And I believe there is no second scan. Aye, aye, aye. The turret is denied. The DCs are still wreaking havoc. Banshees are moving out for a counterattack, but this is brutal. Nickrat, he's on a 1-base economy. He's stuck on 1 base. Raven finally pops out. Banshees, they have a lot of work to do. Back at home, is there Oh, there's no detection. There is no detection. Cloak is done. Lunacy is not ready for this. He has Stalkers, yes, but there's no Observer, there's no Oracle. Yo, this series is a clown fiesta. Game 1, DTs won the game. Game 2, the Banshees. Invisible units are just that good. GG gets called. 0 detection, and Nickrat takes game number 2. GG. What are we watching right now? Aye, aye, aye. What's Lunacy's MMR? I would say relative to 6K. I mean, a lot of these are pro players or semi-pro players. I mean, we have seen, you know, 6K plus players lose mineral lines to Hellions before. It's happened to Hero. It's happened to MaxPax. Like, it happens. Yeah. But GG, we are going to the ace match. And yeah, so again, Dark Templar won game 1, Banshees won game 2. Game 3, what do we get? What are we missing? Oh god. What's happening? Let's go. This is what we need, like a fast fleeping into a mothership rush. Cloak everything. Were those blue? Oh, no. Regular Hellions. Regular. No blue flame. No blue flame. Regular Hellions, you need 3 Hellions to one-shot a probe. 3 Hellions. And of course they do splash damage. So, regular Hellions. Hello, Scorpion, Pashka. All those that did come in from the raid, welcome, welcome. Hope you've been enjoying your evening or morning, depending on where you are. And game 3 of the ace match is going to be on ley lines. Now, does Lunacy go Dark Templar 3 games in a row? I mean, they even worked quite well here in game 2. Not gonna lie, like they denied mining in the main for so long. If it wasn't for the Banshee counterattack, I mean, on top of that though, I mean, Lunacy did lose a lot of workers in the lead up to that game state as well. So it was a very chaotic game, regardless, very chaotic. And here we go, we're getting into the ace match and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines. We have the red Terran player for the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Teal Protoss. It is Luna C. We go. So we are going to be settling in. Ley lines, a much more defendable map here. There are a lot of choke points and ramps leading into the 3rd base location, likewise into the 4th base as well. We have seen many a player defend against all-ins quite successfully here on ley lines, but we'll see how our players will approach this, because we've had a lot of proxies, we've had a lot of cheese, we've had a lot of aggression. Do we go DTs for 3 games in a row? It's possible. It is possible. Moving out. Rax is back at home this time. And he may try to opt to go for it. Never mind. Never mind, Nexus has been placed. I was going to say try to move out across the map for something like an E-Ray block, but it looks like just going to be an SCV scout. As the Nexus is already on location. Now, this was a gate expand instead of the gate cyber expand, which is more typical. So Lunacy did cut some corners, did go for an earlier Nexus. Nicaract will pull back. And is aware, of course, of the earlier Nexus timing. SV does skirt around behind the mineral line, looking to set up a bunker. So this might be an early Nexus, but ideally with a bunker we can deny mining and try to make up for that. Reaper's on the way, hunts down the scouting probe, and is moving out. Lunacy unfortunately is in the dark, has not spotted the bunker, is not aware. So we'll finish. Second Reaper's on the way. Stalker has arrived. Gets a couple of hits off, but the bunker should finish up in time, and Nicaract is safe. Oh. Nicaract is for the most part safe. This time the shield battery is further back. It's not within range of the bunker. So Nicaract doesn't have too much longevity here with this bunker. Second Reaper is going to be deflected. Nicaract going for a wild move here, rushing into a 3rd CC. That's a 3rd CC before factory, before second racks. It's going to be 3 CC, 3 racks. Okay, Nicaract doing his best ByuN impression. Again, in recent months, ByuN has been very fond of this build. Does give you a massive economic lead coming into the mid game once you get your 3rd base up and running. So again, just insanely fast 3rd base here for Nicaract. Stalker Scout will actually confirm the timing. Lunacy is aware. Once again, Lunacy going for a Twilight Council. Ooh, 1 probe does fall. Oh, 2nd probe as well. 2 probe kills. Meanwhile, that should be a kill on the bunker. There is no salvage. Oh, there we go. As the salvage is denied. And the Reapers, this time they get a full scout. They get eyes on the tech of choice. They see the Twilight Council researching. They are aware of Blink. Nickrack more or less knows what's going on. Really, at this point, the question becomes, what does Lunacy do in response to the greedy build of Nickrack? Again, he's going for his 3 racks behind us. 3CC 3 racks into Stim, into Combat Shield, into +1. Building up his bio. Nickrack would be vulnerable to something like 4-gate Blink, but we can see that Lunacy is staying on a lower gateway count. Just 2 gateways, now getting a 3rd gateway into a 3rd Nexus. So Lunacy also working towards the mid game. Probe goes down. There's a threat in the main base as well. Just rescouting. I mean, I don't blame Nickrack after what happened in game 1 and in game 2. He's checking for the Dark Shrine, I'm sure. Gets 3 probes, not bad. 3 workers go down. Once again, just rescouting, reconfirming. I believe Nickrack, he didn't see the 3rd. Yeah, he's unaware of the 3rd base, but I mean, he sees the lack of gateways, the lack of tech. He should be aware that the money will spend somewhere on a 3rd Nexus. And Nickrack, he's just building up back at home, going massive Marauder, waiting for Sim to finish, of course, before moving out, and then he will establish a 3rd base. A very bold proxy location for Lunacy. I mean, this is right within vision of the 3rd. So, very bold move. Armies move out. Stim finishing up in 9 seconds. Nickrack, yeah, he will deny the proxy. Getting his 3rd. And again, the pressure's on Lunacy to delay the 3rd base for as long as he can. But he just can't. We're waiting for the Stim. There we go, he does Stim in. Gets 1, he gets 2. Does pick off 3 Stalkers in the retreat. Good pickoffs here by Nickrack. Picks off 3 Stalkers, pulls back, getting a bunker. And Nickrack, he should be staying back home until he gets into medevac production. Remember, the starport was delayed because of the 3CC 3 racks. So very late starport here for Nickrack. Intentionally so. And once he does get it, then he can start being more active. He can go for drop play, commit to pushes. Nickrack actually chasing down the Stalkers. Oh my god. Calm down. Gets another 3. Very nice pickoffs, and he's committing. He's moving out across the map. Shield battery is not ready. Lunacy's getting caught with his pants down. The boys are being pulled. Oh, and this is becoming too much. 8, 9, 10 probes going down. The army is overstimmed. It's a one-way trip. But he gets 13, 14 probes. Was that worth it? I mean, Nickrack is now vulnerable to a counterattack. This is his army. 2 Marauders and 2 Marines. Lunacy, can he get much done, though? He needs to. He needs to counterattack here and now. Lunacy's economy was crippled. But what about the army for Nickrack? 2nd bunker's on the way. Again, Nickrack, he's got 4 Marauders. That bunker's going to go down. Links are decent, but that's another Stalker pulling another 2, another 3 Stalkers. And Nickrack holds. He does hold on for now. I say for now because Lunacy reinforces with Zealots. Charge is done. +1, about to finish up in a couple of seconds. And Lunacy is not backing off. He knows how vulnerable Nickrack is. Up, going for the medevac. Gets 1. 1 medevac goes down. Zealots are being cleaned up though. Nickrack, he's fine. Yeah, he has plenty of reinforcements. Loses 10 SCVs. Nickrack, he's still up in workers. And Lunacy, he has missed his window. Nickrack, he's now that much more secure. Now he has medevacs, he can sustain himself. Lunacy, the goal base could be a way for him to bounce back. There's... Oh, wait. Sorry, my apologies. For some reason, I thought we were on Amygdala. I was like, oh, he's going for the gold. He's going for the high-yield gas base, I should emphasize. Getting his 4th, but Lunacy's still down in workers. And Nickrack, he just has to weather the storm. Like, there's no rush. There's no rush for Nickrack. He's already up. He's already ahead. He's ahead in economy, ahead in army supply. He's waiting for a 2-2 and waiting for his ghosts. And once he has them, he can move out. And again, this time with much more sustain. Nickrat, he's looking for the 4th base. He's still in the dark as to where it is. He's still unaware. As Nickrat, he does find 2 more Stalkers. Looking for the Zealots. Still building up. 2-2 is just over halfway done. And Nickrat, he's soon gonna max out. It's pretty insane just how far ahead supply-wise he is. Again, we saw that he was able to just cripple the economy, get what, 14 probe kills. It was on Lunacy to punish that, to counterattack, but it just was not good enough. Lunacy did not get enough counter damage. And now Nickrat is snowballing out of control. 2-2 just now finishing. Now we can push. We can move out. And what is he pushing into? A massive amount of Zealots. But Nickrat, he has EMPs. That's all he needs. Army does engage. Nickrat, oh, the first ghost does go down. There we go. We do get the EMPs on the Zealots and the Stalkers. At the same time, Zealots, they do get across the map. That did distract Nickrat. Does delay reinforcements. And Nickrat, he does actually pull back home. He pulls back for a moment. That's still a lot of Zealots. Lunacy once again setting up a counterattack with a War Prism. More reinforcements on the way. And Nickrat is going to calm things down. He pulls back. Did bleed out a lot of supply there in that attack. Also, Nickrat, he did blindly invest quite heavily into these Vikings. They're not really helping too much. Unfortunately, there's no Colossus. I guess they can land. I guess. Prism coming into the natural. Lunacy setting up a concave. But the EMP already did land. Vikings, they land as well. Trying to tank some of those Zealots. Zealots, they just chew through the Vikings. And Lunacy, he's holding. Does hold on at the same time. Zealots into the main, but there are plenty of reinforcements. Yeah, the production does clean up the counterattack. Oh. Full medevac going down. Up. Casito. Almost. Medevac barely does escape. Nickrat, he races back home. And does Lunacy have any splash damage? That's what I'm most concerned by. Lunacy is throwing down 2 more Robos. No Bay, no Storm. He can get into mass immortal production, I suppose. But liberation has arrived. The freedom is here. Lunacy just trying to buy time, dragging the army away. I mean, Nickrat has to chase. And Lunacy just, he can't fight this head on. Not like this. The Zealots melt. EMP connects from the Stalkers. Nickrat can just keep pushing, keep chasing. War Prism has counterattack potential, but at this point I don't think Nickrat really cares. Doesn't have to turn around. He will knock down the 5th. Same time, Lunacy getting in towards the natural. Oh, there's his heart in position. And some reinforcements. Prism barely survives, but yeah, there's plenty of home to defend. Lunacy supply blocked. No. Prism goes down. Main army pushes forward. With these Zealots, oh no, never mind. I was like, maybe we can deal with some of the Marines, but no, the Marines, they stand strong. GG gets called, and Nickrat will take the series at 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played, Nigract. He will claim the series. My condolences to Lunacy, but hey, he did force the A smash. There was a lot of chaos in every game as well, whether it came to Dark Templar, Banshee Harass, counterattacks as well. Regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations to Nigract. He will make it to the quarterfinals, where he will be waiting for quite some time. No, never mind. He has his opponent waiting. Oh my god, already. Up next, we have a TVT between Nigract and ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. But yeah, shout out to Lunacy for, of course, competing and for making it here to the round 16. Very nicely done. Hope to see more of Lunacy in the coming weeks in the other Open Cups. But for now, we are getting ready for our next series. Here we go. Just need a moment. And we can also take this moment to have a look at the bracket as well. And catch up on what has been going on, as we have a lot of updates. Oh my god, they've already done their vetoes. Never mind. They're so fast. Oh god. So god, ByuN is an animal. So ByuN, of course, for those who don't know, ByuN, he goes full degen. He goes full degen for the Open Cups. What I mean by that is that ByuN, he plays in the Wardy TV Monday, he plays in the KSRC, and he also plays in this tournament as well. So as soon as I joined the lobby, I was like, ByuN, did you sleep? He said, I've slept for 1 hour. I'm like, mates, what's going on? He's like, I will soon be. It's over, Bobby. It's over. I'm feeling dead. Este ByuN. Ay. It's not just ByuN, but you know, MaxPax and Clem as well. They go full degen. They stay up late into the night to play in these tournaments. They barely get any sleep on Mondays. Animals, Bobby, animals. Regardless, here we go. We're jumping into our next series, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of late lines, we have the red Terran player from South Korea representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nigract. And if you're in the chat, predictions now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat as you embrace this TVT. But I guess at least ByuN did get an hour nap. True, it could be worse, right? Could be worse. He could just be pulling a full-on all-nighter. At least he got a little bit of rest. As we do embrace this series. Just catching him in the chat. Is it just me, or does Lunacy always pick the cyan color? He does. There's a couple of players like that they always go for their color of choice. I think, I want to say Art always goes for pink. I feel like there's a lot of Protoss players that go for pink and purple, more often than not. Lunacy always going for teal or cyan. I want to say there's a player that always goes for green, but I can't quite recall. It's in the back of my mind. But now, though, we're settling in. Is going to be a double gas opener out of ByuN, going for a Rax into Factory, a delayed CC. Likewise, Nigract doing the same. Is going for a mirrored build so far. Everything looking as it should. I think ByuN will feel like he's playing games in his dreams. True. Would not be surprised. That's happened to me, by the way, where obviously not so much for playing, but because we do so much casting here on the channel, especially during like EPT, we have like 14, 15, 16 hour like casting days. I have reached the point where I cast in my sleep as well. That has happened. No. I'm sure some of these players, they play in their sleep as well. ByuN included. Aye. As we do see, Nickrat is continuing Reaper production. Did go Reacted Reaper here back at home, so he would be continuing Reapers into Hellion. Meanwhile, ByuN did go for an add-on swap instead, or I say add-on swap, is going for the Tech Lab or the Factory, is going for the earlier Cyclone instead. There's a lot to go over there, but the first two Reapers do get into the mineral line. One SCV is going to go down. Two SCVs even, not bad. Two SCV kills, Reaper gets a full scout, gets eyes on the 111 and on the add-onless Factory. Does confirm all the Reaper Hellion. ByuN knows to be more defensive back at home to get ready for the counterattack. Speaking of counterattack, something that I should mention is that this is the old Cyclone. What does that mean? That means you can no longer react at Cyclones. It means a Tech Lab is required for that Cyclone. I should also emphasize, this is the old Cyclone, not the old Cyclone. This is not the one that was wreaking havoc earlier this year, and we saw like mass Cyclone wars and all that nonsense. The one before that. Magfield Accelerators is back, is what I should say. As Reaper Hellion does get into the mineral line. Not too bad, getting two SCVs, getting a third, and soon to be a fourth. 4 SCV kills. Nickrat does get out, and does pull away. As it settles, Nickrat here, I mean, I should say the worker counts are pretty neck and neck. Economies are quite similar. But when it comes to the overall army, that's where I have to favor ByuN. These Cyclones, they scale a little bit better into the mid-game. They're not ideal, like in a head-to-head fight, but they have a little bit more utility than Reaper Hellion, for example. So ByuN is looking quite secure, getting to his own tank production, Raven as well. Likewise, Nickrat doing something similar, investing into Interference Matrix and his own tanks. So we are settling in. Sometimes I'm dreaming in English after a long time on Twitch. I'm French, by the way. Oh, God. Oh, no. I can see that makes sense. Oh. As Nickrat does set up here at the natural. Third CC on the way for ByuN. This is a lot more common amongst the Korean Terran players. I mean, I say Korean Terrans. A lot of the top Terrans where they would just rush into a third base here in TVT. Nickrat not too far behind. Third base also on the way. So we're settling in. We can finally settle into a longer game state. We haven't seen too much mid-game yet so far. We've had a very chaotic set of matches so far on stream. But now we can calm things down. At least a little bit. Getting to our thirds, working towards our upgrades. ByuN has a very unique style of TVT. He often does go very bio-heavy. Instead, he skips Vikings and goes for a more marine-heavy composition. We'll see how Nickrat does approach this, how he does kind of bring his army together. Stim also on the way. No one is embracing mech, not yet. Not in game 1. E-bays are being thrown down. Getting to those 1-1 upgrades. We'll have some time here to embrace this. As I mentioned before, ByuN usually does delay Viking production, and you can see here Nickrat embracing it, so he's going for air control. Vikings, they do have their place in TVT, and which is also why ByuN's style can be quite difficult to emulate. Essentially, ByuN, he's looking for more like positional play, trying to outposition his opponent, going for drop play as well, getting into the main, picking off Vikings, picking off tanks whenever he can, catching them unsieged. It's a very active style for ByuN. As Nickrat, he does break out, it does establish his third. Building on more Vikings. Of course, Nickrat's style is a little bit more slower. Is designed to, of course, gain air control, allow for his tanks to outrange and outsiege ByuN, allow for his Ravens to go uncontested as well. So a very different approach to TVT between Nickrat and ByuN. The other big advantage for ByuN isn't just his mass marine, but his upgrades. 1-1 is halfway done at this point for ByuN. E-bays, they are just now finishing up, and upgrades just started for Nickrat. So there's going to be a window where ByuN has the 1-1 upgrade advantage over his opponent, and he can try to make use of it. More Vikings amassing for Nickrat. Scans a third, gets eyes, does confirm that it has been placed. And ByuN, there are not many Marines here for the Blue Terran. He can disable the tanks, he can stim in. He's going for it. He's going for it. Tanks, they are getting within range. Marines, they can get the first tank. First tank goes down. ByuN pulls back. Biding his time. Ravens, they bust into the main base, going for some auto-tart harass. Turrets get thrown down. We do have the counter disable. He does unsiege just in time. Oh my god, ByuN! He's able to unsiege. He gets away. 12 SCV kills in the main, 13 SCVs. Does a solid amount of economic damage, saves his tanks, and he backs off. So nice PiGosaur here by ByuN. The one downside is that ByuN did lose one of his ravens. True. Did lose a raven. Meanwhile, double drop towards the left-hand side. And again, it's on ByuN to try to pull Nickeract apart. ByuN, he cannot fight this head-on, but it's not about that. It's about hitting the natural, the main, the third. It's about catching Nickeract out of position. As Nickeract moves out, and ByuN moves in. Double drop behind the mineral line. Tank is within range. First tank is going to fall. Ooh, massive tank volleys. The army sims in. And ByuN won't quite get the tank, but he gets 8 SCVs. 8 SCVs go down. This should be cleaned up. And Nickeract, he's committing. The sim! The Marines! Up! Gets a Raven! Oh my god. Gets one Raven. There's one Raven left. Massive pick up here for ByuN. Again, just catching Nickeract a little bit inattentive to his army. There's that first order Taurus. One tank falls. Again, Nickeract, he does have the tank lead. And he's slowly pushing forward. ByuN setting up a counter attack. He could try to come in from behind and try to collapse on the army. One medevac falls. Oh, those the Cyclones from the start of the game, they're still out there. They're still being active. Oh, nice position here for Nickeract. Does get another tank. Shelling away at the mineral line, going for the CC. I mean, hey, Nickeract, he's gaining ground. He's doing well. Drop behind the mineral line as well in the natural. Oh no, once again, the Raven gets caught out. ByuN. Nickeract was otherwise preoccupied. He was focusing elsewhere. The drop goes down, and ByuN can now focus on the main army. He sniped the Raven. On top of that, Nickeract also unaware of the fourth. It's turning into a planetary as we speak. Oh! Stable's popping off, and ByuN pulls the boys. He's collapsing in. Cleans up every single tank. The entire army of Nickeract is going to go down. Reinforcements on the way, but they're a little bit too little too late. Plenty of Marines here in the main. And again, this is how ByuN approaches TVT. Who needs tanks? Who needs Viking? Just mass Marine party. That's all you need. He sims and he wins. The Cyclones, they come in from behind. They shut down the medevacs. They at least two of them to escape. The tanks go down. And Nickeract, he just doesn't have much left over. Oh. Doing whatever he can. Medevac falls. Vikings as well. Nickeract gets cleaned up. Still has a comparable force to ByuN, but did lose that tank lead. Oh, the medevacs. Oh, medevacs goes down. ByuN will lose one of his tanks. Has to respect the army. Has to back off. Waiting for his reinforcements. Nickeract going to be the first to siege. Nickeract almost gets a tank. Almost. Bearing in mind that ByuN has an upgrade advantage. He's got 2-2. Nickeract, he only has 1-1. But that is about to change. Upgrades finishing up in a couple of seconds. ByuN reestablishes his third base. He's up in economy, up in workers. Looking at the army supply here, Nickeract still has a tank advantage over his opponent. And 2-2 is now going to be kicking in. So the upgrades are going to be even. At least until ByuN gets into 3-3, which is halfway there. Meanwhile, ByuN out of position. Nickeract, he could try to go for these northern expansions. He's moving in. It does stand forward. Planetary is exposed. Nice pickup. Gets the planetary, gets the SCV line as well. 15 SCVs go down. ByuN at the same time going for a counterattack. ByuN stimming in. He gets one, he gets two, he gets three tanks. Oh, he does have the bit of concave as well. ByuN takes the fight. Oh my god. That I was not so sure about. does take the fight, does deny the the fourth even. ByuN may have lost an expansion, but he still has now a replacement fourth finishing up. And he's dropping. Does think about it. Scans ahead of time, spots the Marines. Pulls back. Yeah, correct. He's holding on. Meanwhile, ByuN now has regained map control. Being active once again. Triple drop behind the mineral line, going for the upgrades. The tank volleys are brutal. And ByuN will deny +3. At least one of the upgrades. +3 armor is denied. Can he get +3 attack? No shot. He can get the tank. Tank goes down, a couple of SCVs. Once again, a better trade here for ByuN. I mean, that's the power of 3-3. Breaking the third is still going to be difficult, though. Again, there's high ground, there's a choke point. It's not easy pushing into all these tanks. But the reality is, ByuN doesn't need to. All he has to do, his win condition, deny the fourth. Deny the fourth base over and over again. Contain Nicaract. And take the map. Nicaract, he does slip away. Does sneak out with a double drop. Oh, there's a planetary to defend. Marines, they jump back in. Boys are being pulled. So nice trade there for ByuN. Once again, he scans ahead of time. ByuN is maxed out. Meanwhile, Nicaract going for the third CC. But ByuN is ready. He has reinforcements. Does deflect at the same time. Main army pushing in. And it looks like it's just too much. Nicaract, he's contained on 3 bases. GG gets called. He taps out and ByuN takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Once again, ByuN just flexing his own unique style. I mean, I say own unique style. Other players do emulate it relatively every now and then. Players like Clem, Maru, even Gumiho as well. They do mix it in from time to time, but no one does it as often as ByuN does. Doesn't make it his own. GG, well played. ByuN does take a lead, and we'll see if Nicaract can bring it back. See if he can bring it back here as we're getting ready for game number 2. It's going to be on Ultra Love. Just catching up. It's only 9:20 p.m. Get some rest, Matthew. Get some rest. It can be difficult keeping up with all these StarCraft tournaments, right? Like, we have Alima League in how many hours? Like 7 hours time? Alima League is later tonight. And I will try to force myself to sleep before Alima League. I'll do my best. Yeah, do my best. But before that, we can, of course, focus on this tournament here. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the Red Terran player, the South Korean Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Terran for the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. Nicaract definitely had his own moments in that last game, but there were definitely some key mistakes that ByuN was able to capitalize on. We saw that there were some key moments where Nicaract, he was otherwise preoccupied either defending or focusing on his own drop play, where ByuN was able to take advantage of that inattention and able to snipe, you know, a Viking here and there, a tank here and there, a Raven here and there. More importantly, we saw both Ravens go down in that kind of instance, where Nicaract was otherwise focusing his attention elsewhere, and yeah, ByuN just pulling apart that attention, taking advantage of Nicaract, and pulling them apart with that more mobile, more active Marine style, Mass Bio style. So we'll see how Nicaract does adjust as we're getting ready for game 2, and we already have some different openers. We have a Rax Expand economic opener here by ByuN. Meanwhile, Nicaract once again double gas. Now, last game we saw that Nicaract, he went double gas into Reactor Reaper Hellion, which was able to get some SCV kills across the map. We'll see if Nickrak does embrace that again for a second time, or go for something different here. This can also lead into Cyclone production, as we saw in the previous game from ByuN. It can lead into Cyclones, it can lead into even a 1-1-1 into earlier tank production, into a tank drop, into early Banshees. Nickrak has options. Meanwhile, ByuN expands. So ByuN will have the slightly better economy here early on. Nickrak will have the faster tech. That factory is on the way. There's a reactor on the rack. So once again, it looks like reactored Reaper Hellion so far. We'll see if it does head in the same direction. Reaper moves out for Nickrak. Marine is in position. And the Reaper is deflected, is denied. So far so good. ByuN denies the scouts, chasing down the Reaper. This is also why you don't want to move out with your first Reaper. Does get quite low, but looks like it should get away. Oh god. I say should, the SCV is low as well. Oh, the Reaper goes down. SCV, this is brutal. Oh my god. Nickrak taking a lot of losses here early on, and he's not able to punish. Is going reacted Reaper, but he already lost one. That's a big blow actually to Nickrak, as every unit counts early on. And ByuN, he wants another SCV. He shouldn't get it though. No shot. Up! Oh my god. Barely doesn't get it. One shot away from going down. Nickrak, he saves his worker. Back at home, ByuN just settling in. His own marine production, Hellions, tech lab on the factory. Here comes Nickrak. The pressure is on the blue Terran. He is moving out. ByuN has the high ground. He's got the concave. He's ready here for the army. A massive Hellion volley going up. Yeah, the splash damage is brutal, and he will be able to clean up most of this army. It's going to come down to one final Hellion. Boys are being put to repair. Oh, just in time. Does repair the Hellion, but Nickrak does get in for a full scout. Does confirm the 1-1-1 setup. The Cyclone production. This time ByuN opening up with the single Viking. Interesting. Second tech lab's on the way. This should be for a tank Raven. You want Nickrak back at home, getting to his own tank Raven production, and settling in. Okay, as the dust does settle, ByuN still maintains a worker lead. The reason for this, I mean, one, ByuN was able to delay the expansion, able to get some worker kills early on, but more importantly, if you remember, it was a CC, it was a faster command center for ByuN when it came to the initial build. Was a more economic start, and he maintains that economic lead. So ByuN, he is slightly ahead economically. Meanwhile, Nickrak just building up. Third CC is on the way for ByuN, so he's just looking to get further ahead in that economy as well. Working towards the mid game. And Nickrak has yet to really make that choice to make that, well, to try to take that chance here to expand, to take a third. Still 2 bases. Still building up. Wait to see if he does throw down extra Raxes. Extra tech. As this is quite a lead here for the third base. ByuN, it's almost done. The third is almost completed. You know, Nickrak's still just building up. Getting a third Raven. And there it is. Now we have the third CC on the way. But it is quite delayed here for Nickrak in comparison to the third of ByuN. Scan reveals the army. Does actually see the third CC timing as well. Ay, ay, ay. ByuN knows. He knows how far ahead he is. And he should be feeling quite comfortable. This time getting to a more secure Viking count as well. So this time we do see ByuN kind of embracing a more standard style of TVT. Building up more Vikings, more tanks. Delayed upgrades for the ByuN compared to last game. Nickrak does move out. Right now the pressure is on the blue Terran to delay the third, right? Delay the third base for as long as possible while he gets his own. As Nickrak is roaming. ByuN still has yet to break out. Still just waiting for reinforcements. Vikings have arrived. Now we can try to shark around and try to hunt down those ravens of Nicaract. He's so close. And Nicaract, he sees the setup, he does back off, he's getting his own third. Orbital's not done. And now it's going to be landed. I mean, again, Nicaract, he has map control. He can now take his third. ByuN has yet to do so. He's setting up for it. Spots the main army. ByuN should be looking to break out. There we go. There's ByuN Siege. But who catches who? Nicaract, he rotates around. He's trying to catch out those tanks. Oh! ByuN, he does respond in time. Yeah, massive disables here on the tanks. Likewise, counter disables as well. And Nicaract, can he break through? Takes down the auto turrets, but cannot push onto the high ground. Disable's about to run out. And ByuN, he's holding the tanks. He still has the high ground. The tank boys going off. Vikings, they land, and Nicaract gets completely cleaned up. Ugh. The ravens, the tanks, everything goes down. Brutal losses for Nicaract. And now ByuN can counterattack. ByuN, he has that map control. Maintains the Vikings, maintains most of his tanks. Looking at the unit count here, Nicaract, he is down to 1 tank compared to the 4 of ByuN. Again, I don't blame Nicaract for pushing in there. I mean, ByuN was kind of caught unawares and he was unprepared. Despite that, Nicaract, he just did not have enough to get on top of those tanks in time. Okay, we're good. I was like, we're still getting upgrades. Stim is done, just getting into combat shields. 4 CC on location for ByuN. I mean, he feels confident, comfortable to do so. He's confident. As Nicaract, he does catch out some of those Marines, not bad. The Marines, 2-2s on the way. Armory just not finishing for Nicaract. It was a little bit more delayed. But ByuN didn't counterattack. He had the option to, true, but did just chill back at home, just getting further ahead. Taking more bases, taking more expansions. Lowering down sensor towers. Again, just a very different approach this time from ByuN. It does make sense on Ultra Love. This is a much more defendable map, much more. I mean, there are so many choke points and ramps. Harder to really push in. Does spot the main army. He also spotted the double drop on the right hand side. ByuN bleeding out some SCVs. The Unsiege! No! ByuN, he wants them. He gets one. One tank goes down. Thankfully, Nicaract, he saves the other 2. Whew. Does save them. Nicaract getting his own 4th base. ByuN maintains the supply lead. And is about to finish up with 2-2. 2-2 upgrades about to finish. Meanwhile, ByuN, he's done with Vikings. He still has 4 Vikings left over, but now he is going back to his mass Marine. Making 9 Marines at a time. Nicaract going mass starport. Okay, Nicaract getting ready for a longer, later game. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. 400 minerals down the drain. Nicaract diving in. ByuN out of position. Nicaract gets a tank. And ByuN instead goes for a massive counterattack, and there's nothing to defend the 3rd. Oof. 3rd base should be going down. Say that ByuN trying to engage with the main army, but there we go. Does turn back around, goes for the mineral line instead. SCVs are falling. At the same time, ByuN, he breaks out back at home. Gets 21 SCVs. Main army turns around as well. ByuN is overstimmed. Oh my god, takes out every single medevac. Jesus. ByuN, calm down. Picked up the tanks back at home, got the medevacs across the map, got the mineral line, and ByuN is almost maxed. He's almost maxed out at this point. Ay, ay, ay. Just pulling Nickrack apart. Again, Nickrack, he just wasn't set up to defend. He was hoping he could be the one with map control, be more active. Oh my god, massive tank shots. Nickrack, he cannot push into this. Not this kind of army. He can't push into 13 tanks. That's a lot of tanks. Johnny sims out. Upgrades are neck and neck. We get the tank count heavily in favor of ByuN. Gets the final tank. Nickrack forced to back off. Oh my god. Decent tank shots there from Nickrack. Takes out most of the ByuN. And once again here as well. ByuN was caught within range. But he can always just rotate, right? He doesn't have to push into this position. He can rotate over towards the 4th. There are no tanks ready for this, just a planetary. ByuN sieging up. Let's head towards the 4th expansion. Spots the 5th. And tanks are within range of the planetary. He steps in, goes for the dive. Oh my god. They're forcing Nickrack to engage. And this is just a fight that Nickrack cannot take. Not like this. He's now getting into Raven production. That will help, but he needs more time. Oh my god. He needs more time, but he's not going to get it. The Marines go down. ByuN stims in. He gets punished for the stim, though. Again, it's not easy breaking these positions, but GG gets called. Nickrack, he runs out of steam, and ByuN will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. ByuN, he will take it, will advance on into the next round. I mean, ByuN was favored coming into this, but a shout out to Nickrack for holding his own, for having his own, again, moments as well here in this game. But, yeah, ByuN, it was great to see just two different styles, right? Game 1 was more bio-heavy, more marine focused for ByuN, very active, very mobile. Game 2, ByuN was the defender for the most part. He was the defender, he was trying to absorb the blows of Nickrack, taking these better fights defensively before counterattacking, before gaining map control. So again, a very different dynamic from ByuN. I do think that's just a really good way to approach Ultra Love. We've spoken about that in the past, but Ultra Love is one of the more defendable maps just because of how many choke points and how many ramps there are. It can be very difficult to break these entrenched positions with all these tank lines. We saw that Nickrack, because he was being active and aggressive, he wasn't as set up back at home, right? We saw multiple times he was caught without any tanks in position, without his bases fortified, and ByuN was able to abuse that in the later game. With that, GG. With that, GG, well played. ByuN will advance on into the next round, and the question becomes, who will face off against him? Exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. Let's switch our scenes over and catch up on what's been going on. Okay, here we go. ByuN advances on over Nickrack into the lower, I believe that is the, hold on, semifinals? Yeah. Does advance on to the semifinals to face off against the winner of SHIN and Geralt. Oh, there we go. SHIN and Geralt are currently facing off in a best of 3. They should be casted by someone. At least I'm hoping they're being casted by one or the other. I believe he should be casted by Pig? Question mark? Let me just double check. Pig is in game 1. Okay, they're in game 1 of SHIN versus Geralt, which means we'll be jumping into game 2. We'll be jumping into game 2 to follow that series and to follow it into ByuN. Meanwhile, we also have the upper half of the bracket that has been progressing. Ooh, some interesting matches here. We have MaxPax taking down Yo-Yo 2-0. MaxPax now up against Honmono in the quarterfinals. Honmono took down Shameless 2-0. Likewise, Estrella took down Solicitous. Trigger took down Rebellion. And we have a PvP between Estrella and Trigger. honestly, I'm kind of envious. We've been memeing a lot recently about Astray and Trigger because they've both been improving so much and they've both been doing so well over the past couple of months. Ever since they were in Korea, they were practicing post EWC. Astray and Trigger have been peaking, they have been improving, and I would love to see them face off. I'd love to see them face off. Alas, currently happening elsewhere. Could be casted by Dave Testa, maybe? Let's double check. Yes, Dave Testa is covering Astray versus Trigger. And I was like, what's the score line? He literally has the score for Astray Trigger as 69. Nice. So I couldn't tell you. Could not tell you. But yes, Dave Testa is covering that series. Pig is covering Geralt versus Shin. I don't know if anyone's casting MaxPax versus Hon Mono. Not too familiar. But regardless, we know what we're focusing on. Again, we're focusing on the lower half of the bracket. We're going to be following these players here. And that means we have some downtime. We have some downtime. As we will have to wait for Shin and Geralt to wrap up Game 1. We'll wait for them to wrap up. Okay. Beautiful. So that is the current plan. That is the plan. Otherwise, hope you've all been enjoying yourselves tonight. Again, if you want to support us, you can follow us on all the social medias. If you want to support this tournament, you can do so via Matcherino. I believe, is the commands updated? Ooh, not quite. Hold on. Is there a Matcherino? Let me double check. Just checking the Wikipedia page. Oh, there is not. Okay. But if you want to help support this tournament, I mean, give a shout out to PiGosaur and to Pig as well. They have both kind of worked together. They have both joined forces to make this weekly tournament a thing. So much love here to Pig and PiGosaur. Without them, this event would not be around. I mean, PiGosaur, he was hosting this event previously. That is true. But I'm sure he also appreciates the support from Pig as well. So much love definitely for hosting the tournament, especially during the off-season of EPT. So much love, much love. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we will have our next matchup. Again, we're going to be jumping into Game 2 of Geralt versus Shin. Meanwhile, shout out to Blaker dudes. Oh my god. Thank you so much for the 10 USD. For the $10 tip. Thank you. Thank you for the donation. We do appreciate the support. Thank you for all your efforts to provide this awesome content. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. For those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, we do cast on a daily basis. And today we have 2 tournament casts. We have the Stego Monday Cup. Sorry, the PiGosaur Cup. And we also have a Lima League later on tonight. As a quick reminder, before we go on a break, if you want to tune into a Lima League yourself, it is not on Twitch. We are not able to stream a Lima League on Twitch. It is sponsored and organized by Chijijik, which is a Korean streaming platform. It is a competitor to Afrika TV, basically. So we won't be streaming here. We'll be streaming on a different platform entirely. So if you want to tune into a Lima League, you can do so there. Otherwise, you can check out the VODs. We do post and publish VODs on YouTube and on Chijijik as well. So it is available there if you wish. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we will have Game 2 of Shin versus Geralt. See you soon. Also, thank you, Blakers. Thank you. It's a big shout out. Big shout out. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that brutal OSC as we have returned with the quarterfinals of the PiGosaur Monday number 6. We are jumping in mid-series into SHIN versus Geralt. Game 1 did just conclude, and we are now in favor of the Zerg player. We're jumping into Game 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And as we settle in, a big shout out to Jeff Bezos in the chat. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime for 17 months. Thank you, puppy. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Alas, whether it comes to subscriptions or donations, all the support that we get on the channel goes towards our tournament, so we do appreciate it. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for the support. Thank you. Gracias, papi, gracias. As we can now focus on our series again, Game 1 was covered by Pig, was covered by Rocklet, and many of the other casters out there. And we're able to at least embrace Game 2 and the rest of the series. Also, for some greater context for this series, ByuN is waiting in the semifinals for either SHIN or Geralt. Also, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. You know what time it is. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Now, of course, SHIN is already up in the series, and I would say he is the favored player here. Bear that in mind when it comes to your predictions. But I want to believe that Geralt, he can also bring it back as well. On the flip side, I know it's quite late. It's quite late in the land of Poland. It is like, what, 2, 3, 4 a.m. in the morning. It's not ideal in the land of Europe. I know there's some Europeans out there watching right now, and I hope you get plenty of rest. Hope you don't stay up for too much longer. But thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. I know this event is not at the best time for European viewers or European players, which is why it's also that much more, which is why we also do appreciate that much more the passionate viewers and players that we get from Europe for this tournament. Much love. Much love. As we are going to be settling in. But now we do have just a standard opener out of Geralt, just gate expand into Cybercore. Likewise across the map, SHIN going for the hatch gas pool at the unnatural location. See someone asking in the chat how to pronounce Chijik. From my understanding, as Melissa did mention in the chat, Chijik. I think you're meant to pronounce the Z-I-K as like a J sort of sound, from my understanding, a little bit. Hyper One. Fun fact: Hyper One actually recorded himself saying it and sent it to me. he sent me a soundbite on Discord to help me pronounce. That's what I'm working off of. Beautiful. Anyway, we can settle in. And we do have a Geralt going for a Twilight Council opener in the main. Very cheeky build, but the Lings, they do slip in. And SHIN, he will get a full scout of the main base. Does slip into the main. Boys are being pulled. Adept does race back. And SHIN confirms Twilight Council. He's fully aware of the more aggressive build here by Geralt. Now, I would assume that this is going to be a DT-based opener. So far, Geralt here has not pulled out of gas. My eyes are open, and we are looking for a Dark Shrine. And there it is. Dark Shrine has been placed. So again, it is going to be a DT opener. Geralt is quite fond of this. Now, DT openers can be aggressive, yes, but they're not all in. Bear that in mind. This is not an all-in out of Geralt. This is just designed to get some damage done with some DTs. If there's detection in time, then they can morph into Archons, and they can pick off Overlords. From there, Geralt can then expand and take a third. Meanwhile, we do see a massive wave of Lings from SHIN. He shuts down the first Adept, moving out across the map, and he will threaten the natural. Does threaten the natural base. Adept recalls back home. Lings, they do test the wall. There's that one Adept in position. And Lings, they will break through it. We'll have to try to shade away, but the Adept is going to go down. It just barely. Surround on the Cybercore. Warp Gate will finish in time. 2 seconds off. Yeah, Warp Gate does complete, but this is a nice pick-off nonetheless here on the Cybercore. Yeah, the service area is just a little bit too brutal. Cybercore does go down. Meanwhile, the Dark Shrine is about to finish up. We have spores on the way for Geralt. We have a spore at the natural, spore at the third, and a spore in the main as well. Detection is available. Roach Warren is done. Roach production going to be commencing quite shortly. And SHIN has eyes on the Warp Prison. SHIN is all over this. Oh my god. He's all over this. Sees everything that Geralt is doing. SHIN is a little bit supply block though. That's 4 overlords on the way. That's a lot of overlords. Lings are amassing. Queen's getting in position as well. And he does attempt to surround. Ooh, the Prism taking a lot of hits. Oh my god. Prism does get away. Takes some hull damage. And behind this, what do we see from Geralt? Do we see a third? Yeah, it is going to be thrown down. But before that, the Immortal has begun. Do have an additional gateway finishing up as well. That is a full wall? Not quite. Almost. Natural base looking a little bit congested. Oh, that's 2 Cybercores finishing up as well. I mentioned before that it's quite late in Europe. It's quite late in Poland. And Geralt, he is making a couple of mistakes here and there. Does let the second Cybercore finish. Meanwhile, the Archon does catch one of those Overlords. Not bad. Overlord goes down. So far, SHIN is securing himself. Hello, Supra. Hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué tal? From here, we can settle in. And really, SHIN, he's free to just drone up. He's free to drone, he's free to saturate his bases, getting into Roach Ravager. SHIN may opt to cut workers at 66 and just move out with a 3-base all-in. I would not be opposed to that from SHIN, considering the current game state. And Geralt, he just needs to fortify himself back at home. He just needs to turtle. Turtle up, getting to Immortals, charge on the way. Lings, they catch out one of the sentries. Oh my god. Nice force fields. Geralt will save it. Does save the sentry. Another Overlord goes down. But really my eyes are on the saturation for SHIN as he is supply blocked. He's knocking down the rooks and getting ready for his push. He is getting ready. There we go, knocking down the rocks on one side and on the other. Just creating this highway, spreading creep. And he's done droning. He's cutting workers. I assumed it was going to be at 66. He's cutting workers at 60 or 59. Massing up nothing but roaches, nothing but lings. And SHIN, he's going for a massive push. Borderline all in. I say borderline because the gold base can help him sustain himself even further. Like, the gold is going to be brutal. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. They're going to be mainarding and saturating the gold. And SHIN, he has a 40 supply lead. Geralt back at home, what does he have? He has 3 Immortals. Nice. He has 3 Immortals. He has 2 Archons. He has Force Fields. No Shield Battery yet. Shield Battery is actually still not on the way. Geralt is not quite ready for this. Army dives in. Nice Force Fields. They're going to be piled down. SHIN has to back off. He has to respect the army. Oh, nice catch on the Ravagers. SHIN pulls away for now. Waiting for more reinforcements. Building up more Roach Ravager. So far, good stuff for Geralt, but SHIN, he has not been droning. He is still on 59 workers. He's still making nothing but roaches and lings. SHIN is still committed. He will knock down these gateways. Gateways are going down. He gets all 3. It's still not going to be easy pushing into 3 Immortals, but now there's that many less force fields. SHIN rotating, denies the gold. Disruptor is on the way. But SHIN, he does outposition Lings. They flood in. The wall's not a wall. The wall is wide open. Lings, they get into the mineral line. Probes are going down. Oh my god, they run into the roaches. Ay, ay, ay. That's going to be 18 probe kills. Meanwhile, across the map, DTs are wreaking havoc. Drones are going down. Not bad. Damage is being done. Oof. Nova goes off. Of course, Nova no longer one-shots roaches. And it looks like back at home, SHIN, he does defend. Shuts down the Dark Templar, pushing further in. Geralt is setting up for a surround, but numbers-wise, does he have enough? Let's go. He rotates over towards the 3rd. Oh, catching out an Immortal. Brutal pickoff. 1 Immortal goes down. And SHIN, he smells weakness here. There's only 1 Immortal left on the right-hand side. Force fields will delay. Oh, the Novas! Up! Good connections. They connect with the Ravagers. But the supply, it doesn't lie. Not here. Shin, he overwhelms the army. There's just too many roaches, too many ravagers, too much Zerg. The final immortal goes down. The third base has been broken. And Shin has done it. Shin, he has done it. He has broken the third in the back of the Geralt. And there's just not enough left. I mean, sure, there's no detection, true. DTs, they're doing what they can. But the Overseers have arrived. Never goes off. Good connection on the Ravagers. But GG, good luck gets called, and Shin will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. GG, well played, Shin. He will advance on. My condolences to Geralt, but again, it is very late in the land of Poland, in Europe, and we did see Geralt making a couple of mistakes here and there, and I'm sure the fatigue is setting in. Regardless, big shout out to Geralt for competing here tonight, for making it to the quarterfinals, but his run will end here in the quarterfinals as he does bow out, and Shin advances on. Shin does advance on in his stead, and we are getting ready for our first semifinals match. Now, if this finishes up a little bit faster, we might be able to catch the upper semis as well. Actually, I believe they've already begun. They've already started. The upper semis is a PvP between MaxPax and Estrella, a PvP between Europe and North America. They are currently facing off. We instead will focus on our ZVT. So we have one Protoss confirmed for the Grand Finals. But is it going to be a Protoss up against a Terran or a Zerg? This is going to be a close one. Oh boy. This is going to be a close one. Just getting our players sorted out. Beautiful. And vetoes are underway. Now, when it comes to ByuN versus Shin, if you've been watching over the past 3 months, ever since the off-season of EPT, ByuN and Shin are the most active Korean Zerg and Terran players respectively. They are the most active players in these online open cups. They've been playing almost every single week in not just KSL, but in the PiGosaur Mondays, in the WarGTV Mondays, in the KSRCs, in Sparkling Tuna Cups, International Total Tussles. They play in almost everything. Because of that, they play very often. Shin and ByuN, they face off week after week after week. On a weekly basis, they play at least once, sometimes 2, 3, 4 times a week, and they go back and forth. They very much so go back and forth in series. I would not be surprised if this goes to the ace match, and I have a really hard time calling a favorite player. I think part of me wants to say maybe I lean towards ByuN, but in most recent weeks, we have been seeing Shin pop off and defeat ByuN time and time again. So they do go back and forth. It's going to be very close. I do not envy those predicting in the chat. Best of luck. Best of luck with your predictions. I do think there's a good chance for either one to make it to the finals. Oh boy. So best of luck once those predictions do begin. As for now, we are just getting those vetoes underway. Here we go. Just catching up in the chat. Just catching up. Any other updates here? As I mentioned, it is a PvP upper semifinals, which means we're kind of nearing the end of the broadcast. We have this series before us, and then the grand finals. We most likely won't be able to catch MaxPax versus Estrella. I believe Dave Tesla is covering that. I believe Dave Tesla is covering the upper semifinals, so he has you covered in that PvP. Does have you covered there. And I think Mapu as well. I think Mapu is also covering that series. So best of luck to those players. Here we go. And it looks like vetoes are done, and we have our lobby. Oh boy. And I'm hoping it gets posted. There we go. Game 1 is going to be on Whispers of Gold. Fun fact, I don't think we've actually played on this map the entire day today. I don't think we've actually been able to embrace this map, but this is a very small map, very open as well. Very open in the center. Likewise, has an exposed 3rd and 4th base. It can be quite difficult to actually protect your bases here, and I would not be surprised if Shin does decide to embrace something like, you know, roach-based play and roach aggression as well. We'll keep an eye here on Shin. For now, though, we are going to be settling in. to be loading into game number 2 here. It's going to be on Whispers of Gold. Sorry, game number 1. No. I didn't get much sleep, Pappy. Didn't get much sleep. Oh, no. But I'm doing my best. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Get your Gamba going as predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will advance on to the grand finals. Who will make it to the finals? Will it be our Terran? Will it be our Zerg? Who is it going to be? Honestly, oh god, as we are going for a pull first build by SHIN. My eyes are on the Zerg player initially. Is going to be pull first. As we settle into this, SHIN is not the most standard player out there. He's very aggressive, very unorthodox. SHIN does often come up with his own builds, with his own play styles, and interesting. So it's going to be pull first by SHIN. ByuN is going CC first. This is the greediest build you can go for. Very greedy build here by ByuN. We'll see. I believe because it's CC first, I think this actually, he might be fine. I think he might be fine. He would be vulnerable to something like an earlier gas into roach aggression, but there's no gas. It's pool into hatchery. It looks like a gasless opener by SHIN. Lings are moving out, and we'll see if ByuN can hold on to that CC. Again, because it's CC first, I'm pretty sure the CC finishes in time for the Lings. I think it will just barely finish. We'll see. If it was a Rax expand, when the Lings arrive, they can delay. They could delay the command center, but I'm less certain here with this timing. As Lings are moving out, and yeah, it's gonna finish. Yeah, CC is gonna finish in time. So the power of the CC first. Overlord will dip in, will confirm that the CC is about to finish, and these Lings won't get much done as a result. Won't get much done here. It is going to be a Marine opener by ByuN as well. Marine first, not Reaper. CC is done, which means it can just lift. And the Lings pull back. Meanwhile, SHIN double gas into Roachborn. This, I'm on board with. Double gas into Roachborn. Again, SHIN, he is a Roach boy, very similar to Dark in that sense. Does often embrace Roach aggression and Roach play. And the reason why this can work really well for SHIN is because ByuN has zero scouting information. ByuN, no SCV scout, no Reaper scout. He went Marine first, so ByuN is very much so in the dark. ByuN is in the dark. Overlord gets forced back. Roach production has begun. And I'm a little bit concerned here as we're getting to our add-ons. It is going to be, of course, a Hellion opener by ByuN, and Hellion's not going to help too much here against these roaches. There is a tech lab on the way. I believe this should be an add-on swap into Banshee production. Banshees will help, but I believe the roaches should hit first. I believe they should hit first before the Banshees do hit the field. So here we go, roaches, they do skirt around the edge. There's the add-on swap getting into Banshee production. For the time being, there's 2 Hellions. Soon to be 4. 4 Hellions to defend. As roaches, they do get across. How many roaches, though? 4. 4 roaches, 2 Ravagers. Soon to be 3 Ravagers here. And SHIN, how much damage can he get done? Boys being pulled away. ByuN does save his workers. Banshee is halfway done. But the Roach Ravager does get up the ramp. And SCVs are falling. So far, there's going to be 7 SCVs going down. 1 Hellion. Banshee is about to pop. More boys being pulled, and this is becoming too much already. Yeah, brutal losses, brutal damage. Miles, they graze the army. They graze the SCVs. Another Hellion falls. And how many SCVs are going to be left over? How many SCVs went down? 14! 14 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. With that, Shin takes a worker lead. Back at home, he has queens. He has queens, and he should soon have spores. As ByuN is going for a counterattack. Ooh, Shin with a miss rally. Rallies drones across the map. He's going to bleed out one, going to bleed out two. One of them will barely escape. Shin getting in position. Spore crawlers are going to be finishing up. And now we can settle down. We can settle down into a longer game state. Another drone falls. Now, Shin is only on 2 bases, so his economy is quite limited here. He is taking into a lair. The drones are denied. Another 2 drones go. This one Banshee has 7 kills. 7. Crazy. The Banshee's doing well. ByuN gets a 3rd, and yeah, ByuN, he's looking good. He's stabilizing, I should emphasize. He's stabilizing. He's recovering from the earlier damage, from the earlier losses. Working towards Stim, his 3-1-1. Hellions are moving out for a run-by. And I do worry for Shin. There's potential. Shin now getting his 3rd. Hellions are spotted. Okay, Shin is ready. Shin is ready for this. Now the question becomes, when will Shin cut worker production? Roach speed is already on the way, and I would not be surprised if Shin goes up to 3-base saturation, similar to what he did against Geralt, and then just masses up on Roach Ravager and pushes out across the map, off of around 60 workers or so. Hellions, they attempt the run by. 1 Hellion gets in. And we'll get... not really much. Doesn't get a worker, not yet. We go double evas for double upgrades or double evo chambers. Shin getting some nice damage done. And for now, we're just droning. We're just going to be saturating. Likewise, ByuN doing the same. Saturating his bases, getting into 1-1. Now getting his 3rd. Still a very tense game state. Now, if this leads into a standard macro game, I do favor ByuN. I would favor ByuN in that kind of game state. Shin doesn't have as much of a lead to try to make that happen. Get the Banshee for 1 drone. Banshee's the natural, gets up, not quite another worker. Banshee pulls away, and it looks like we are actually taking up. Okay. Shin, he's not going for an all-in. He's taking his gases, he's droning, getting a 4th, and he's taking towards Infestors and Hive Tech. He's working towards Link Bane. Link speed is on the way. Baneliness as well, and again, this infestation bit should be for Infestors and Fungal Growth. We'll see if he does go for those safety units. Double drop into the main. ByuN is going for the queens. Shin pulls away. Workers going down. Gas Geyser as well. Yeah, Shin was not in position. He's trying to keep up. Shin, he is skipping Infestors. He is going for a faster Hive. Bold move. We'll see if we can get away with it. As again, I will say that ByuN is ahead here. ByuN has a better economy. He's even on workers plus mules, so ByuN, he has a better economic game state. Likewise, he has a more efficient army as well. Roach Ravager does not scale well into a longer game. That is why Shin is trying to work towards Ling Bane, but Baneling speed just started. And he's still stuck on going to be 0-1 upgrades for his Ling Bane. Double drop into the 3rd, and Shin is just getting pulled apart here. There's no anti-air. ByuN, he can just freely pick up, land, and just keep going, keep rotating. Double drop towards the left. Gets an Overseer and all these Lings. Again, ByuN just trading very efficiently. And Shin has to either hope for mistakes from his opponent or try to catch him off guard. god, there's going to be another 2 more drone kills. Queens are trying to keep up. Vipers are on the way. I mean, that is the one thing going for Shin. Because he decides to rush into the hive, he will have Vipers available, and they can be very effective against a tank-based army. True. So the Vipers have potential. Likewise, they can also parasitic bomb these medevacs. But looks like ByuN is now moving out. ByuN is pushing, and this will not be an easy hold for Shin. Gets a Marine. Vipers have arrived. Oh no! Shin, bit of miscontrol. Ravagers go down. Does move a little bit too far forward. And again, Shin is just not ready for this. Not yet. Vipers are gathering energy as we speak. And with the help of Vipers, Shin could take a fight. ByuN is already pre-split, pre-spread. Spots the Vipers. They're coming in from the right-hand side. Nice unsiege here out of ByuN. He saves the tanks. Yeah, very nice unsiege. Now Shin will break out. But ByuN doesn't lose too much. He's able to stay. He does lose his tanks, saves his Marines, saves 2 more tanks, gets the hell out of there. Shin holds. Whew. Shin does hold. Again, without those Vipers, it could have been game then and there. Would have been a very rough fight for Shin. ByuN reinforcing, still has those 2 tanks. There's no creep here whatsoever. Yeah, ByuN can take the fight. Bailey's, they get some connections. Oof. Shin has to use some blinding clouds on the fire. On the tanks as well. There's the unsiege. Once again, the tanks get saved. ByuN so quick to unsiege. Saves the tanks, and Shin once again, he needs more time for that energy for those Vipers. He needs time. Now Shin has teched up the Ultras. Trying to work towards them. They're forced to engage, but there's no saving this space. It's going to be cancelled. ByuN rallying towards the south. Pushing towards the third. The hatchery getting very low. And there's just not enough on the ground. Looks like ByuN has done it. He has broken the back of Shin. He takes down the expansion. At the same time, double drop towards the south is going to be deflected. But Shin is down to 3 expansions, to 3 bases. 3 bases, no macro hatch. GG gets called. Shin, he's just being outscaled, and ByuN will take game number 1. Whew. GG. ByuN will take a lead in the series. Again, just a really rough follow-up there for Shin. Shin, remember, he killed 14 SCVs, which is a good amount of damage, but in the follow-up, I was expecting him to go for some kind of all-in. I was expecting him to go for some kind of all-in, but no, he tried to macro out of it instead, and against that kind of setup from ByuN, he did get outscaled. Now we're getting into game number 2. We are jumping into game 2, and we'll see how Shin does approach this. Also, it was a rough opener considering he went for a pull first, went into those initial lings, and he wasn't able to delay the expansion. ByuN did, in a way, hard counter him, going CC first, being very safe with that. Despite losing all those SCVs, I mean, hey, he's got mules. He was able to recover from there as well. And now we're getting into game 2. We'll see if we can bring us to the ace match, or if it all ends here and now, and if ByuN takes it and makes it to the finals. Here we go, as we are loading into ley lines. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaimin Gladiators. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back and force that ace match. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. Here we go. As this time, Shin is going hatch first. Okay, no pull first shenanigans, not this time. Is going for a more standard opener. Likewise, ByuN as well going racks first. Going for a racks expand, not going for the initial CC. We're calming things down. After the chaos that happened in Game 1, we're calming things down here in Game 2. When it comes to some of the features of ley lines, here the third base is a little more secure. There is a narrow choke point here, or narrow ramp coming into the third. Likewise, here the fourth base, also there are points of elevation that you can take advantage of. So it can be a little bit more difficult to break. And I'm curious to see how Shin does adapt. I still expect him to play Roach, but not as aggressive as last time. You know, as we can already see, standard opener so far. Are going to be settling in and calming things down. There's that CC on the low ground. And this time, ByuN does open Reaper. If you recall last game, ByuN, he skipped his SCV Scout, he skipped his Reaper as well, just going straight Marine first, was playing very blind and very much so in the dark. This time, we'll be scouting across the map. So again, just a very different dynamic compared to Game 1. This Reaper does move out. Meanwhile, Shin looking to expand, taking his third. Third is on the way. And now the dance has become between the Reaper and the Lings. Won't get the initial Ling. So far, Shin pulls away. So far, so good. Not losing much of anything. The Queen arrives, and Shin does deflect. So far, just a standard setup. Behind this, ByuN is going for a third CC before Starport. Very economic build here by ByuN. Very economic. Remember last game, he did go for a 1-1-1 for a faster Banshee instead. So ByuN is being more greedy, and he should get away with it. Again, this map is more conducive to more economic and greedy styles. Likewise, Shin pulls out of gas, only gets Ling speed. We'll see if he does go for an earlier Baneling Nest, or into that Roach Warren. As we are going to be saturating. Tech Lab is on the way. We should be seeing an add-on swap here. Yep, there's the add-on swap into Banshee play. So 3cc Banshee out of ByuN. I mean, the most stock standard opener you can go for in Terran vs Zerg is the go-to. And from here, ByuN will have Hellions and Banshees to harass, to poke in, to deny creep, to test the bases, and to make sure that Shin is honest, and then expand. Shin now pulls back into gas. Alien's moving out. They test the waters. So far, Shin is holding on. He is making a wave of Lings. That should be just to deter any kind of Hellion dive. Nice pick off of the Tumor. Creep Tumor does go down. Shin is just droning, getting his Spore Crawlers up and running. Lair should soon be on the way, as Shin is going for a second Gas Geyser and making extra Queens. As we are reaching the 5-minute mark, double Evo Chamber instead. Okay. Double Evo Chamber, double upgrades. It looks like Shin is going for a delayed Lair. Is cutting corners. Okay, double Evo Chamber first, into a Baneling Nest. To a much later Lair timing. Meanwhile, the Hellions, they dive into the natural, they dive into the main. Ling's just trying to keep up. Oh, massive Hellion shots going up. And ByuN busts into the mineral line. Evo Chamber not in time. And drones are getting roasted. It's going to be 5-6 drone kills already. Yeah, Queens weren't quite able to be in position. The Hellions are going to be cleaned up, but that wasn't too bad damage here from ByuN. I mean, it was, what, 8 Hellions? Yeah, 6 Hellions for 6 drones. Banshee still being active. And ByuN gets out. Does pull away. Now we get the lair on the way for SHIN. Now basically SHIN, he was cutting corners. He hyperfixates and prioritizes upgrades. Will delay Baneling's speed as a result. So far SHIN is getting away with it. Lings, they do get across the map, but they don't get much done. Banshee's hoping to cancel the fourth. And they will be able to. Couple more volleys up. Oh, and the fourth base is denied. Can they get a queen? Oh, clutch transfuse. Queens are barely saved. Fourth base being retaken. And from here, we're getting into a longer game state. Fourth CC on the way for ByuN, which is actually lined up with the fourth base of SHIN, which is the better thing for the Terran. SHIN is double expanding, makes sense. He does need to. SHIN needs to catch up. He's still trying to be active. Getting into Lingbane Hydra. Let's go. Banshees, they're back. They want the 4. This time they're not going to get it. ByuN now kicks in with his upgrades. He's got 1-1. He has Stim. Let's push forward, but SHIN is ready for this. Oh! Picks up a Marine. Gets a Marine. Keeps up with the ByuN. So far, SHIN, he is stabilizing, he's keeping up. Both players have been keeping up with each other, economically at least. And yeah, we might just be entering just a longer game state here. Like there's no one's cutting any workers, no one's going for any big timing. SHIN getting another expansion, joining up to 83, and soon maxing out. So like working towards the late game. SHIN maxing out on Lingbane Hydra. Hive soon going to be on the horizon. Working towards lurkers, working towards vipers. Likewise ByuN fortifying himself as well. I mean, again, we mentioned how defendable ley lines is, how fortifiable the 3rd and 4th are, so it makes sense that SHIN won't try to go for any earlier aggression. And this is a much easier map to turtle. Oh my god, it's the Banshees. They're gonna be going down, but they do get 7, 8. They get 8 drones. Oh my god. 8 drones do full. Very nice damage. Again, the Banshees, they don't really scale too well into a longer game state, so trading for 8 workers is a solid trade for ByuN. He does move out, clearing up some creep, going for a split push. Just getting as many tumors as he can. It's going to be cleaned up. ByuN rotating around, still being active. SHIN does respond. Oh, he can't quite engage though. Not enough Banelings. Not enough Banelings for SHIN. ByuN is going for the 5th. SHIN setting up a surround. Oh. Yeah, he's getting ready to collapse on this position. There are some nice Widowmine positions here, but we're coming in from behind. Oh. Not with too much, though. Regardless, yeah, we collapse on the army, and ByuN is going to be cleaned up. Starter steps away. Banelings connect. Same time, ByuN going for another run by another counterattack. We'll find some queens. Gets 1, gets 2. 2 queens going down. Lings are cleaned up, getting to the mineral line. This will distract SHIN. And even though ByuN lost all of his tanks and Widowmines, he did at least preserve some of his army. Medivacs did escape. Still has a solid bio count. And ByuN is still keeping up. Ghost Academy is on the way. Meanwhile, lurker upgrades are also in production as well. So ByuN is working towards ghosts, SHIN working towards lurkers. We're getting there. As ByuN is still being active, I mean, hey, there's no creep tumors active whatsoever here on the right-hand side. The creep is lacking for SHIN. It's looking better here towards the north. As SHIN tries to engage, not enough banelings. Not enough splash damage. SHIN has to back off. Just trying to keep up. Lurkers are revealed. And again, ByuN has done such a great job of being aggressive here that he just hasn't really given SHIN any room to breathe, particularly when it comes to creep spread. He's got like 3 active tumors. So ByuN can keep pushing. Oh god. He's a medevac. Catching out these banelings, they don't finish morphing in. Nice PiGosaur here by ByuN. Nice the banelings. Night Storm here towards the natural. ByuN does notice. We'll shut it down. Same time, ByuN catching a lurker as well. And lurker upgrades are still not done. More banelings being denied. SHIN is not ready for this. ByuN with a target fire, he gets every single lurker. Who needs ghosts? Oh my god. Who does need ghosts as the lurkers go down? The banelings are getting pounced upon as well. Trading against marauders. Yeah, some brutal trades for SHIN. SHIN does not have a bank. His lurker count was almost reset. Banelings as well. And SHIN, instead of going for a desperation counterattack, he does find some reinforcements. Night Storm does finish, distracting ByuN. And SHIN is going for the middle line, but he doesn't get in. He's trying though. Gets a sensor tower. Ooh, mine just going off. SHIN going for the ghost, going for the production. And banelings, they do get into the middle line. SCVs are going down. Not too many though. 9 SCV kills. Lings, they run into reinforcements, and ByuN, he will take this fight. He shuts down the Ling, shuts down the Nidus. And that was a big loss for SHIN. As I mentioned before, SHIN doesn't really have a bank to work with. SHIN, he plummets in supply, he needs time to rebuild, and ByuN can counterattack. And SHIN is vulnerable. Like, what does he have? SHIN, he has 7 lurkers in production, 0 banelings. Oh, good. And the lurkers are going to be denied. Massive snipes going off. There's 4 lurkers left. There's 3 lurkers left. Down to 2, down to 1. And it looks like ByuN has done it. ByuN, he's broken the back of SHIN. I was hoping for an ace match, hoping for a game 3. There's the Nidus in the main, but at this point it might just be too little too late. Lurkers, they do bust in. Lurkers on the production. At the same time though, ByuN, he's maxed. Takes down the final defensive lurker. Snipes on the Hydras. One more lurker does morph in. Oh god, it just gets sniped instantly. It just gets sniped. The lurkers are doing a lot across the map though. They're catching out ghosts. But SHIN just has nothing at home to defend. He just doesn't have enough to keep going. He's trickling out a handful of Lings and a handful of Hydras, but it's not going to be enough. And ByuN is snowballing out of control. I mean, the lurkers, they are still giving SHIN a chance. That's ByuN, he just collapses in. GG gets called. Yeah, SHIN just does not have enough, and ByuN will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played, ByuN. He will take the series, will advance on. My condolences to SHIN here. Again, SHIN, he was just becoming a little bit too, I was gonna say a little bit too wasteful when it comes to his Ling Bane counterattacks, but even before that, we saw time and time again, whenever SHIN attempted to morph in any lurkers, any banelings, ByuN was always there to deny them. Also, I was giving praise to ByuN earlier about his aggression, about his pressure. Because of that, there was barely any creep on the map, because that SHIN was having a really hard time keeping up with the army movements of ByuN. And he was just taking some very inefficient fights, some inefficient trades. SHIN never amassed a bank. He was up to like 90 drones, by the way. He had a good worker count, but because of the fights he was taking, like, it didn't really matter in the end. He was just losing far too much, far too quickly. GG. GG, well played. ByuN will advance on. And do we have the finals ready for us? We do. Oh my god, you know what? I will tune into the VODs for this one, 100%, because we have some updates. We have some results coming in for the second time today. Estrella takes down MaxPax. Oh my god, for the second time tonight. If you missed out on it, if you didn't watch the KSRC, I mean, even if you did, you wouldn't be aware, but Estrella, he did take down MaxPax earlier this evening in the European Open Cup, and he does it again here in the American Open Cup as well. Very nicely done, very impressive. Estrella with a bit of a win streak over MaxPax. Twice now today. GG, well played. Likewise, MaxPax has been having a bit of a harder time today, not just in these two Open Cups, but in WardyTV Monday earlier today as well. Trap did also take down MaxPax, so in the PvPs, MaxPax has been struggling a little bit more here, but Estrella, he does it again. Now, what I will say is, again, Estrella versus MaxPax during the KSRC wasn't casted, unfortunately. It wasn't casted. I did check all the VODs. I was looking for it. Wasn't casted. I do hope you enjoyed this series, though, because this was casted by Dave Testa, and not gonna lie, I do want to check out those VODs. I think the biggest interest for me is that because overcharge is no longer a thing, shield battery overcharge is no longer a thing, period, in the PTR and in the new map pool, that does affect MaxPax's opener. Remember, in PvP, MaxPax has a very unique opener where he goes for a Gate, Cyber, Stargate Expand. Very greedy build, and very often we see players try to punish that by going for all-ins, and MaxPax, he is very well versed at defending against all-ins in the current patch, but in the PTR, without the overcharge, maybe he can't. Maybe his opener is no longer as safe or as viable, and maybe that is why he has been struggling a little bit more here. It's possible. I'm only speculating because I haven't seen the games. I haven't seen them myself, so I don't know if these have been all-ins or if Estrella has been doing something different. It's hard to say. It is hard to say. I mean, I can't say because I haven't watched it, but regardless, GG, well played. We have our grand finals. This is going to be a rematch. It's going to be a best of 5 between Estrella and ByuN. Let's go. Let us go. As I'm looking forward to this. This is a rematch from last edition's Tenacious Turtle Tussle, where we had a best of 5 between ByuN and Estrella. And fun fact, that was, I want to say 2 weeks ago. I want to say it was around 2 weeks ago, or last week even, where Estrella did actually 3-0 ByuN. It was crazy, but Estrella, he 3-0'd ByuN in a best of 5. I was very shocked. I was ready for a longer series. I was ready for a game 4, for a game 5, but Estrella popped off. Now, to be fair, part of it, I mean, we can, you know, jet lag, copium. You know, we can talk about it seriously though. Talk about how fatigued ByuN is. We spoke about it earlier here in the broadcast, but ByuN, he is working off of 1 hour sleep. ByuN is playing in all 3 tournaments. He played in WardyTV Monday, KSRC, and this tournament as well. So that can be a factor here. It can be a factor coming into this. The fact that can be a factor coming into this series. We'll see if that is the case. As we get ready for our best of 5. Here we go. So it looks like game 1 is going to be on El Dorado. El Dorado, a map that we actually haven't seen at all today, which makes sense. It makes sense that we're going to be seeing it in a best of 5. Oh, my apologies. Not El Dorado. It is going to be on Whispers of Gold. Okay. There we go. There we go. Also, I should fix up the player teams. Beautiful. After about 6 hours, maybe ByuN will prepare to participate in Elite League. True. I mean, at least ByuN will get some sleep. He'll get some sleep. MaxPax washed. Copium, copium. Max Angel was just that good. Oh, there's only enough room in StarCraft for one Max. Step aside, MaxPax. It's time for Max Angel. Oh no. As we are just bringing everyone in, getting all the caches involved, and getting things ready. Looks like Game 3 is going to be on Ley Lines, Game 4 on Snowpiercer, and Game 5 on Amygdala. I don't know about Game 2, but we have that set up. We go. And if you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open. They'll soon be open in the chats. I mentioned before that Australia, I mean, the last time we casted these two face off last week, it was 3-0 in favor of Australia. But again, as I mentioned, part of it could also be, you know, the fatigue setting in for ByuN. That's also going to be a factor here as well. We'll see if ByuN can, you know, keep it together and get his revenge over Australia. Personally, I'm hoping for a back and forth series. I would not want to see a 3-0 in either direction. I want a Game 3. I want a Game 4. Maybe even a Game 5. Would appreciate it, but we'll see. The pressure is on. Pressure is on. As we're just trying to get all the caches involved. Bringing everyone in. And I'm very tempted to watch the VOD of MaxPax and Australia after this. Not gonna lie, I want to see what happened. I'm curious, very curious. Until then, we might be going on a short break. Might be just be going on a very short break here, and when we come back, we will have our next series. We'll have the grand finals. We'll have the grand finals in a couple of minutes. We shouldn't be too long. Should not be too long. I hope you enjoyed that very short break and the very short time with the Brutal OSC, but we have returned. Again, our players just needed a couple of minutes. They need a little bit of time, but now we are ready. We are back, and we are jumping into Game 1 of the Grand Finals. Oh boy, the Grand Finals of the PiGosaur Monday number 6. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is time to get your gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take and win this best of 5 finals. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless but deserving to be on a team. It is Australia. Here we go again. Predictions are about to close. Place your bets while you can. Australia already having a crazy run here tonight. He 2-0 Trigger. He 2-1 MaxPax. Australia, he has popped off in the PvPs, but what about the PvT? Again, this is a rematch from the Tenacious Total Tussle last week, where Australia did take down ByuN 3-0. It was a very one-sided series. But again, part of that could also be because of the fatigue setting in. You know, it was just a really, I mean, even here tonight, it has been a very long tournament day here for ByuN. ByuN, he played in the Wardy TV Monday, he played in the KSRC, he played in this tournament as well. And ByuN did confirm to us earlier, I did ask, have you slept today? And he said, I slept 1 hour. He was like, Papi, I feel dead. Papi, I feel dead. Oh, no. So ByuN is running on fumes. Is that enough though? I mean, hey, he still took down SHIN. True. He still took down SHIN. Still was looking quite solid in that series. I'm sure he just had a cup of coffee, and that means that he won't be going to bed anytime soon. Oh no. Hopefully ByuN does get some sleep before Lima League. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. As Estrella does come in for the scout, does confirm the double gas opener. Double gas leads into a faster factory. Delayed CC from the side of the Terran player, so something a little bit more aggressive. This can lead into a Widowmine drop. This can lead into Cloak Banshee, into earlier Cyclones. ByuN has options with how he wants to approach this. Meanwhile, Estrella just going for a Gate Cyber Expand, setting up for his tech. And what tech is it going to be? Stargate, Robo, or Twilight Council? And we have the answer, Stargate. Okay, bold move here on Whispers of Gold, despite how small the map is, despite how often we see aggressive play on this map. We do have a Stargate opener. This is more designed for longer macro games, going into Phoenixes, gaining map control, shutting down drop play as well. We'll see if Estrella can embrace that or if ByuN can punish that. As Widowmines are on the way. And ByuN is denied entry into the main. You can see an Adept here on the Reaper Cliff. Likewise, Stalker at the Natural. Estrella doing the best he can to deny any kind of scouting. ByuN, oh, he tries to dive in. Does get past. One more shot. The Reaper will go down, but not without the scouts, as ByuN gets behind the middle line, and ByuN will confirm not just a Stargate, the fact that it is not a Phoenix opener, it is an Oracle opener instead. And ByuN knows. ByuN is aware. Back at home, Widowmines are fanning out. I love this, actually. ByuN setting up a bit of a trap here. As Widowmine in the center. Likewise, the second Widowmine is also getting into the mineral line as well. ByuN, he knows that the Oracle is coming. He does get behind the gas geyser. Oh boy. So 2 Widowmines and now a Cyclone is in production as well. Again, ByuN, he's just setting up for his defense. Oracle moves out. And can Estrella avoid these Widowmines? Not gonna be easy. Oracle dips in towards the main. There is that Widowmine behind the gas geyser. Up! And he doesn't pull away in time. Oracle goes down. Brutal loss here for Estrella. Gets a revelation. That's all he gets. And I believe it was a single Oracle opener. So just like that, Estrella, he doesn't really have much to work with. He's working towards delayed blink. ByuN's moving out with the Widowmine drop, Cyclone as well. And this is a rough start for Estrella. Like, his entire opener was centered around going for the Oracle. It does nothing. But ByuN cannot quite punish. Estrella's ready for this. Does zone that drop away. Estrella behind this, just expanding, going for the third. So this is going to be 3-gate blink into the third as a follow-up, but blink is late. We'll see if ByuN can make something happen. Moving out with his first tank. Bold move. Yeah. Does calm down. Does pull back home, thankfully. Does turn back around. Lacking threatening a dive. Phoenix will clean it up. Now ByuN is working on his 3-1-1 follow-up here. He's up to 2 tanks. Stim is on the way. There's Yaddle Assault for combat shields. Now Stray, he does have a decent Stalker count, but there's already 2 tanks. There's a tank in the natural and there's a tank in the main. ByuN should be fine. We see a Stray though, he's trying to bait out that tank shot. Threatens a dive, doesn't commit. Just sees how large the bio army is. Stray knows he can't quite break this. His third base is getting saturated. Stray once again poking in. And we do see the Stray, he's going for a splash damage of choice, working towards charge lots and Storm. Okay, Storm is on the way. Drop is denied. Unstoppable. Let's go. All in, Papi, all in. The real question is, how much max does it take? How much angel does it take to stop the Undertaker? Whatever it is, it's more than Pax. We can say that with certainty. Oh no. As ByuN does break out, gets a pylon. Does spot the High Templar as well, so nice scout here by ByuN. He's aware of the potential storm. Still gets the pylon. He does move out across the map. Storms are ready. Oh, nice opposition micro here out of Estrella. Cleans up the Widow Mines. Stalker's warping into the main, getting ready for a drop, and ByuN backs up. ByuN doesn't commit. Fourth base on the way. ByuN does spot it. And Estrella not quite in position. Another pylon goes down. Nice little pick off here for ByuN. As ByuN pulls back. Estrella taking up even further. Sure, he has Storm, but now we have a second Robo on the way. A Bay as well, working towards Colossus production. And we're building up. We're working towards the mid game. Estrella on 4 bases. ByuN getting up on 3. Now there is a window. There's a window in time where Estrella is vulnerable, as he has yet to really commit into Colossus. Not yet, as the Bay is still not quite done. ByuN can abuse that. As he moves out with his drop, with a massive Doom drop, the Observer did spot. The Observer did confirm. Estrella's aware. He's blinking in. Up! Can he catch him? Can he get him here? Zelsa hit the third base. Meanwhile, he does go for the dive. Gets a medevac. Storm coming in as well. Very nice catch by Estrella. Shuts down the Doom drop. Gets 6 SCVs. Can he get the tank? Oh my god. Not quite. Nice on cheese there by ByuN. That doesn't pick up. Doesn't pick up in time. And Estrella pulling ByuN apart. Going for a massive warp in. Warp into the main. Ghosts are exposed. There are some Widow Mines. They force friendly fire. Mine shots going off. Zel's going for the ghost. It looks like they should at least get one. Oh my god, they slip away. The ghosts, they're looped up. They do barely slip away. Nice defense here by ByuN. Meanwhile, across the map, the mineral line is also under fire. 4 probe kills. 4 probes going down to the 5 SCVs. Very impressed here that neither ghost did fall in the main. Now we can calm down. We can settle down. We can settle into our game here. ByuN stabilizing. Estrella, more importantly, he was able to buy enough time, and now he can embrace his Colossus. Extend double lances on the way. 2 Colossus at a time. Now it isn't just Storm. Thankfully, ByuN has not been neglecting his Viking production. Does have a couple of Vikings. We'll be ready for this. Pushing forward, there's a first Storm. Zoning ByuN back. Stargate is on the way. That's a second Stargate, by the way. +1 air attack as well. Yo, Estrella's thinking about Sky Toss. Thinking about it, but he can't quite get there yet. As ByuN goes for the 4th. Estrella out of position. Yeah, he misreads the movement. Oof. Mine shots going up. Brutal connections. Estrella's in trouble. Estrella, he is in trouble. He's knocked down to 3 bases. And the Colossus are exposed. Okay, nice zoning Storm. But it just goes to show just how small this map is as well, and how little time you have to react. Estrella long distance mining. Trying to get his 4th back up and running. Does get a medevac. Some nice pickups. But overall, ByuN still has a massive army lead. And again, Estrella investing into something like a Stargate and +1 air attack, it feels very bold, feels very adventurous. Estrella thinking a little bit too far ahead. There we go. Fleet Beacon is on the way. If ByuN leaves him alone, then sure, he can get into 10% carrier production, but that's still a ways off. Very risky move here by Estrella. Very risky. As ByuN is getting a fourth. Second starport already on the way for ByuN. Into more Vikings. And ByuN, he chills out. He backs off. He's giving Astray a time. Astray, he can actually start his Sky Toss. Can he get there? He can start, but can he finish? Fleet Beacon is now done. ByuN is still being active. Tempest production has begun here for Astrea. First 2 Tempests on the way. But again, Astray, he still needs more time. Oh, the flanking storm. Ooh, brutal EMP. ByuN shuts down the High Templar. Another flanking storm coming in from behind. Grazes the army. No major connection. Another High Templar goes down. Astrea throwing away 2 High Templar. Oh, nice feedbacks. Kills the Ghost. I believe there's still 1 storm left. 2 storms even. Storm zoning away. ByuN peels off half his army, going for a counterattack. Astrea once again out of position. Goes for a warp in, but it's not going to be enough. Astrea, he has to respond with his main army. And the Nexus is going to go down. Yeah, there's no saving it. Astrea is trying to split up, but the Colossus is exposed. ByuN going for the dive. He does find the Tempest. No, the Tempest will survive. But everything gets scattered. ByuN now knows it's not going to be a surprise. Not anymore. Gets into the mineral line. 14 probes go down. Nova goes off. Oh, doesn't connect. Astrea, he overshoots. Nice storm of the Vikings. And Astrea will clean this up, but he loses so much in the process. 15 probes go down. And the 5th base. You know what? ByuN backs up. I mean, the Tempest count, it's getting up there. It's 5 Tempests so far. Not bad. 5 Tempests. The Mothership is on the way. Astrea still isn't fully set up. I mean, he doesn't really have a bank to work with. So he can't really afford side defense, but there we go. Cannons and shield batteries on the way. Oh. Astrea pushing forward. I do appreciate that Astrea, this time he has observers everywhere. He's got observers on the right-hand side, spotter pylons as well. This time it's going to be much more difficult to catch Astrea out of position, ideally. Also being active. He's got how many Vikings? 11? 11 Vikings for ByuN. Denies the expansion. Into the flank. Vikings up. They get 1 Tempest. Nice EMP here on the High Templar. Storms. Oh my god, that was a brutal storm. Storm connects. And ByuN has to retreat. 1 storm to the face, a bit too much. ByuN backs up, taking more expansions, 2 more CCs on the way. 3/3 plus 2 ship weapons. Both armies are maxed. Revelation on the main army. Astrea, he's keeping up. Simon is keeping up with the rotations. Tempest shots going off. ByuN has to retreat. Decent EMPs here. They do connect with the Tempest. Storm lands. 1 Tempest goes down. Nova goes off. Ooh, massive connection. Takes out the Ghost. And ByuN takes it to the face. Stasis going off as well. Astrea, he will take this fight. Oh, I say that does bleed out his oracles. But the Viking count gets reset. Astray, he wants this. Is there a chance, does ByuN stim this army? Is he able to focus on one of the Colossus in time? Oh. Nah, not quite. Nice clean up here from Estrella. Estrella takes the supply lead for the first time in a long time. Is up in supply. He can keep going. Can't keep pushing. Nice tempest shots going off. I mean, there are only, I was gonna say 2, but now we've rebuilt and there are 5 tempests now out. Nova once again zoning. Viking count's gonna be reset once again. Yeah, Vikings are going down, and Estrella, with these reinforcements, he can take the fight once again, forcing ByuN back. Estrella just waiting for his reinforcements. Where are the other tempests? Oh, there they are. They're coming. Tempests are on the way. Mothership as well. Same time, ByuN going for a massive counterattack. He is spotted by the Observer. ByuN is spotted. Astray, he sees everything. He's keeping up. Dark Shrine on the way. What I will say that Astray, he has been taking some better fights, but he hasn't really been able to touch the economy of ByuN. ByuN's bases have been looking quite secure. ByuN zips in. Oh! Nice split. Avoids the Nova. Does avoid the Nova. Triple Viking moving out. Mothership still in position. I love that the Mothership is not actually with the main army. It's ready for a recall. When finally a base is going to go down. Planetary falls. Nova's going off. Ooh, massive connection takes down 2 ghosts. Astray, he recalls the hell out of here. Not before losing 1 Tempest. Recalls to the Mothership. ByuN keeps pushing. Army's out of position. Astray moving in. Oh! Never connects. And massive connection. Vikings trying to push forward. They do bring down the Tempest at least. There are so many Vikings. Oh my god. And ByuN will win the fight in the sky. Takes down every single Tempest. The Colossus as well. And looks like ByuN may just have too much. Ooh. Here come the storms. The slow zone. The slow zone, man. Storms are looking good. And can Astray hold on? Do we have another storm? Uno más. Oh my god. Astray, he barely holds on here. Barely takes the fight. At a cost, though. At a cost of 17 probes. So many workers go down. But Astray does survive. Meanwhile, ByuN, he was so quick to rebuild that base. Did rebuild. Did resaturate. Astray is still down in supply. I believe Astray still has a recall. Yeah, still has a base recall available. Goes the CC. Astray rotating around. ByuN, he does spot the northern base. He wants it. Astray is going to be a little bit late to respond, so ByuN, he doesn't quite commit. Doesn't like his chances. Okay, that's a lot of High Templar. Here come the EMPs. Oh! Early EMPs on the Tempest, on the High Templar. ByuN getting back into Viking production. And ByuN is the first to max out. Nice Tempest shots to Nova. Raises the army. Damage connection. Do love to see the additional lasers there from the Mothership. The new Mothership, I should say. As ByuN's been making his way towards the fresh mining base, and Astray, he does need it. He needs the base. There we go. He has to commit cells. They come in for a flank. Nova's going up. Oh, but it looks like Astray, he may just not have enough. Yeah, disruptors are going down. Mothership as well. No more splash damage, and ByuN, he sims in. GG gets called. ByuN, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. ByuN, just non-stop aggression here. ByuN, he was able to maintain his economy time and time again. I don't know if you noticed, but the 5th base was denied by Astray. Astray, he was just losing mineral line after mineral line, base after base. Astray, over time, he just ran out of money, ran out of resources, could not keep up with those losses, and ByuN did just outscale him over time. As ByuN, sure, he lost that planetary that one time, but that was the only time he really lost a base and lost an expansion. On top of that, I was still really impressed that Astray was able to make that kind of game state out of Whispers of Gold. We spoke about it coming into the map itself, but Whispers of Gold isn't really known for late game because of how exposed the bases are. I mean, we saw that come into play, right? Astray had a really hard time holding onto those bases. But it's also a very small map as well. As we also saw, it doesn't take long at all to rotate between one side to the other, back to the other as well. So I was really impressed that Astray was able to slow the game down and max out and get to the late game on Whispers of Gold. In the end though, he was still pulled apart, and now we can embrace a different map, a much larger map, Ultra Love. This map is more defendable. It is more defendable, it's larger as well, takes longer to move from one side to the other. If Astray wanted to go for that kind of game state, this is a better map for it. This would be a better map for it, but here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back. It is Astray. Here we go. But yeah, coming into this, as we did mention, there are some more fortifiable 3rd and 4th base locations here with ramps, with choke points, with rocks you can knock down as well. If Astray did want to try to play out that kind of playstyle and rush into Skytoss again, I do kind of favor that here on Ultra Love, but we'll see. We'll see as once again ByuN does open up double gas. It is going to be a double gas opener. Meanwhile, Astray going for his own standard opener as well. Here we go. Meanwhile, shout out to Draco Malco in the chat. 21 God, Pappy God, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I do apologize. I believe you did donate in the middle of that last game, so I do apologize for not noticing, but thank you, thank you. Thank you for the bits. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. As again, at least I'm hoping for a back and forth here. The pressure now on Astray. With a double gas, we do have the Phantom Factory. This led into a mine drop opener last game from ByuN, if you recall, against a Stargate opener. And we'll see if Astray does go for another Stargate or for something quite different instead. Where we headed, where we drop. And we have the answer. It is going to be a Twilight Council here by Astray. Okay. It's going to be a Twilight Council instead. Working towards, I would imagine, Blink. There are some more unorthodox builds out there that exist where you could go into like a Charge all-in, or you can go into a Dark Shrine. But this should be Blink. Should be Blink for Astray. The question becomes, how many gateways? How many gateways does he set up? As ByuN, he is beginning his Widowmine production. Getting to his 1-1-1. Widowmines are amassing. Meanwhile, Reaper Hellion moving out across the map to get a scout off. Reapers, they dive into the main. Ooh, and Estrella, not quite ready for this, not quite in position. Probes are going to go down. Not getting one, getting two. 2 probe kills so far. Hellion gets cleaned up. 3, 4 probes. Oh my god. Can we get 5? Oh, you can. 5 probes for 2 Reapers and 1 Hellion. Well worth it, especially with 1 Reaper escaping. Reaper does get away, checking the vision. ByuN, he did get eyes on the tech. He saw the Twilight Council. He knows. ByuN, he is now aware of Blink. With that, he can be more active with the initial Winter Mines. Speaking of, Winter Mines are amassing, and the drop is soon going to be moving out. Meanwhile, Estrella takes a 3rd. So it's going to be 2-gate Blink into a 3rd. Very economic build here by Estrella. Very economic. We'll see if he can maintain that economy as ByuN moves out. Again, 2 Widow Mines and 4 Marines. Not too much. His goal here is to get some economic damage. Drops here into the mineral line. Boys forced to be pulled away. One of the mine shots is baited out. There's still 1 more behind this. Oh. Call big up here by ByuN. I'm loving the hallucination. Baits out the mine shots. And a good cleanup here by Estrella, but the drop is still active. And can still thread. The Roomba. Love to see it. As ByuN dives back in, he's counting the gateways. Did confirm the 3rd, of course. And again, we're settling in. ByuN even following it up with a Banshee, just a singular Banshee, bear that in mind. Does skirt around the left-hand side of the map. Estrella this time is not rushing into Storm, is instead initially going for Colossus. As that is a Bay on the way, so 2-gate Blink into a 3rd into Colossus. Honestly, this is as standard as you can be here in PvT. Very economic, very standard play out of Estrella. Stalkers, they do get 2 SCVs across the map. Oh, that 3rd SCV even. Not bad. 3 SCV kills. Meanwhile, the Banshee is still being active. ByuN moving out. Oh! Estrella doesn't quite get the medevac. We'll see what ByuN can get done. There are 2 Stalkers in position. Remember that ByuN did not research Cloak. So a handful of Stalkers is all it takes. Estrella does respond in time. At the same time, ByuN pushing right through the center. ByuN is aware. Sorry, Estrella is aware. Estrella warping in. Has his Immortal. The Immortal is exposed though. Immortal taking a lot of hits. And ByuN is going for the 3rd. Takes down the shield battery. Of course, there's no overcharge. The points are being pulled into Master Marine. Ay, ay, ay. And this is going to be some brutal losses here. The tanks are going down. Estrella, he will hold by the cost of 9 workers, sentries, and the Immortal. It's a costly trade here for Estrella. And can he counterattack? I mean, hey, he just killed 2 tanks. That means there is that much less to defend. And ByuN, what exactly does he have back at home? 0 tanks. There's that 1 Widowmine in the main. There's some Marines, some Marauders. The Observer does confirm. And Estrella, he can at least try to contain ByuN on 2 bases. While he rebuilds and he resaturates his 3rd. Rebuilds his workers, I should say. Good double forge on the way. Scan reveals the Observer, but alas, it does get away as well. Nice movement by Estrella. ByuN moving out with a triple drop. I believe he did so out of vision of the Observer. Estrella's in the dark. ByuN moving out. Does boost across the map. Estrella getting a 4th. Okay, the Dune drop is spotted. Estrella knows. Main army getting in position. ByuN, he thinks about diving on the Colossus for a moment there. Thinks better of it. Pulls away. Takes control of the Xel'Naga. Estrella is aware of the army. Spots the third. Does spot the third base being taken. Keeping up with the army. Nice snipe. Gets a Widowmine. Both armies are keeping up with each other. Both players taking. Gross production has begun for ByuN. He backs off. He has no intention of pushing. And we spoke about it. We spoke about how on Ultra Love this map is a little more like defendable. And the reason for it is, I mean, you can see here, there's so many choke points, so many brutal positions to try to push past into a concave. Ramps as well. Towers that can be knocked down. Xel'Nagas to scout all these patterns, of course, all these locations. It's hard to move out. And we may just see a longer game state as a result. Estrella getting a 5th. Going for a 5th expansion. Still staying on a low gas count. Relying on mass zealot reinforcements instead. No gases at the 3rd or at the 4th. Finally, gas is not being taken. And now Estrella can work towards a 2nd robo or even storm. Once he gets those gases up and running. Once again, you can see here Estrella threatening a force field. And again, ByuN cannot push past the halfway mark. Meanwhile, Estrella taking into Disruptors and Storm. Temple Archives on the way. Again, was lost. Working on all 3 forms of splash damage. Another observer gets caught. ByuN is keeping up. The black hole in the middle of the map makes stacking difficult. True, the vortex back. The vortex, It's terrifying. Clearly in favor of Protoss. That's a nice EMP. ByuN breaks through the front line. Nova goes up. Ooh, doesn't connect. Just barely not. Colossus going down. Brutal trades. Yeah, Vikings, they get the job done. Now no more splash damage. Stalkers, they're coming in, but now there's no more Zealots either. And does ByuN have enough? Pushing into a concave, into purely Stalker. Stalkers are going down. Nice blinks here out of Estrella. Is barely breaking through. Here comes the Disruptor, but it's too exposed. Disruptor goes down as well. And looks like ByuN may just have too much. And more Stalkers coming in, but Estrella lost so much there in that defense. Lost Colossus, all his Zealots, the Disruptors as well. Storm is almost done. We're getting there. Estrella holds. Estrella, he barely holds on. But again, that was an expendable army from ByuN. Meanwhile, he's getting his 4th. Building up more ghosts. Estrella stuck on purely Blink Stalker. And he needs time. He needs a little more time here to recover. To rebuild everything he just lost. He's still in just 1 robo. Aye. 2nd robo's on the way. Very late. Estrella getting a 6th expansion. And ByuN, he breaks through. He breaks through the center once again. This time, there's just not much to stop him. Estrella trying to contest against the army. He does have a High Templar behind this. He's got 3 High Templar, 3 Storms. Oh! Lands 1. Does land one of the Storms. ByuN rotates towards the left-hand side. Estrella trying to get in position. Oh, nice feedback. Decent Storm as well. Is there another Storm available? If there is. And more Storms are coming in. Zealots, they collapse on the main army. Oh god, those are brutal EMPs. Another storm. ByuN can try to take this fight. Another EMP lands. The EMPs. ByuN backs off. ByuN does back up. Australia likewise trying to fortify himself once again, trying to build up. Getting back into Colossus. Currently there's no Vikings for ByuN, so Colossus can actually do quite well. Colossus are on the way. Straight taking more expansions. Let's go. Could do with extra gases. Speaking of, there we go. Finally, more gases are being taken. Australia's lacking in that gas income. Could see him start working towards Skytos, but not yet. Colossus are revealed. Storm's going up. Oh, there's 2 Templar left. Now up to 4. Both armies are maxed. ByuN only has 4 Vikings, so this heavy Colossus army can actually do quite well here for Australia. Don't have any Vikings left. Drop towards the top left. Expansion is going to be denied. And there we go. This is what I was waiting for. +1 air attack. +1 air attack. Fleet beacon. Sorry, Stargate's on the way. Soon to be a fleet beacon. I do think that Australia could have started this earlier. But when I say earlier, I mean like a minute ago. So it's going to take a while to really embrace Skytos. And can he get there? Nice storm. Australia slowing down the army. Oh, does move command forward. Colossus is going to be going down. Does he have another storm available? Australia coming in for the flank. EMP does connect. Colossus will fall. Ooh, barely not. The Colossus lives. Barely does live. ByuN has to pull away. There's the second Stargate. Fleet beacon. The sky toss. It's coming. It's still a ways off. ByuN already focusing on Viking production because of the Colossus. It's going to be a lot of Vikings. CMP. Storm zones away. Jeez, that's it. That is the only High Templar for Australia. EMP'd. Army force back. Australia, he maintains the ramp. Vikings going him. Australia, he's still holding. Finally forced back. Oh, the flanking storm. It's coming in. Never mind. Gets EMP'd. Your fusion core is on the way. That should be for Liberator range, I would imagine. ByuN working towards Lib range. Still very ghost heavy. So we're pushing forward. Nova does catch out some of those ghosts. Nice connection. ByuN getting zoned away. Australia collapsing in, bleeding out the disruptors. Oof, some rough losses. 2 disruptors go down. ByuN, he just cannot take the fight. Not like this. Vikings, they're forced to land. Here come the flanking Novas. Nice connection. And the Vikings are cleaned up. And that, you know what that means? More Tempest and more Colossus. No more Vikings. Australia takes a good fight. It's a very strong fight. ByuN throws away his anti-air, getting forced back. And we may not even need Sky Toss. Astray, he's already maxed out. Reinforcements still on the way. Zell's pushing in. EMP takes down a ghost. Pushing up this ramp is not going to be easy for Estrella, but he doesn't need to. Gets 8 SCV kills, so he can just go for the third. Brutal storm on the army. CC survives. And you can see, unlike the previous game, again, it just takes so long to move out. ByuN, he's stuck at home, he's stuck leaking his wounds. Estrella can freely just take more expansions. He's saturating. He actually has an economy. Again, last game, Estrella, he could not take these fringe bases. He tried to, but he struggled. He struggled to establish any of these fringe bases. Now Estrella, with an economy, he can actually max out. He can actually max out. He can hold his own. The map does come into play as Estrella takes every base on the map. And ByuN can't do much to deny. Tempest moving forward, they catch out some of the libs. The bird is going down. Gets 2. That's kind of dragging the army within range of the Colossus. Just some free pickoffs, gets a ghost. ByuN making 5 Vikings at a time. That is going to be a lot of Vikings. Finally, one Tempest does get picked up. Never coming in. Ooh. Nice kiting here out of ByuN. Does pick up some of those Tempests. Storm's running away. But even without the Tempest, Astray, he can still hold his own here. He can still keep pushing. So the chat, why don't we see Ghost anymore? Ghost can be useful in certain circumstances. Right now, ByuN doesn't really have the resources for any nukes. I think I said Ghost can be useful. Nukes can be useful in certain circumstances. But he needs some breathing room. He needs a bank. That's ByuN. He's kind of starving out in a sense here. ByuN about to max out. But nukes in this matchup are really just used to zone. Zoning is, is more than just a zone here, as they'll say bust into the mineral line, into the natural. Ghost Academy under fire. But in the current patch, in these split map scenarios, you do see nukes. In DUP. In the split map. As Nova goes off, doesn't quite connect. Yeah, just straight he has to back up. Let's have to retreat, bleeding out one of the Colossus. So just making 4 more Tempests at a time. Mothership as well. As ByuN can still take a fight, for sure. Estrella, sure, he can remax. He has a massive bank to work with. But he would also need time to remax. Up. Never connects, gets another ghost. Storm graces the army. ByuN moving out. Estrella, he's ready for this. He's on how many Tempests? He's on 6 Tempests now. Tempest. ByuN attempting to expand is spotted by Estrella. Stray, he does delay the CC, and he wants it. Again, his win condition just is to starve ByuN out. Stray is taking it slow. He's out his disruptor. Slow zone gets thrown down. ByuN immediately does saturate that base. Again, Stray, he just can't let this get up and running. He's had so much control here over ByuN, and ByuN, he's keeping up. He's holding his own. Stray throwing away a couple workers. That makes sense. Jesus. I mean, with an 8k bank, may as well throw down 12 cannons. That's a lot of cannons. That's EMPs on the High Templar. Vikings pushing forward. Cannons aren't ready yet. Ooh. It's a brutal storm. Once again, turns back the army, buys time. Cannons are finishing up. Stray bleeds out 15 probes. Every base on the map has been taken. You can see a Stray in the top left with the mothership ready to recall if need be. Once again, Brutal Storm's good position with the Stalkers. The Vikings get punished. And Stray, he can take the fight. Doesn't chase though. He still respects those Vikings. Doesn't want to throw away his Tempest. Again, they take a long time to rebuild. A long time to remax. Slow zone gets placed. ByuN, he does have to retreat. Has to pull away. Again, barely maxing out. I mean, this fresh mining base is doing a lot for ByuN here. It's doing a lot for him. I do worry that Stray can't punish it. I mean, there's no planetary, so it is that much more vulnerable, but Stray just focusing on the main fights instead. He's still in this. Honestly, I would love to see a higher disruptor count here for Australia. The storms have been good, but they're still vulnerable to EMPs. Oh my god, there's finally a juicy connection here with the disruptors. Massive EMPs on the Tempest. Tempest under fire. Stray bleeding out most of his Tempest. But again, what's important here is that Stray can remax. Working through his bank. ByuN has to back up. Still maintaining himself. Still is able to maintain. I mean, it is impressive that ByuN's been able to hold his own for as long as he has. I mean, it's just how cost efficient this army is. Rotating around, it denies all the shield batteries and cannons. Still just spending every bit of gas or minerals that he gets. Oh my god. Jeez, as he sneaks up with the army. Another massive storm. Romas needs one more. Oh my god. Yeah, does connect. Better connection here from Estrella. Still rebuilding 4 more Tempest. Scan reveals top left. How does ByuN respond? The problem here is that if ByuN commits to moving out towards the top left, he will expose his only mining base. His most important mining base, I should say. And he cannot afford to lose it. Speaking of, ByuN out of position. Actually, he does force Australia to respond. Never mind. Australia has to chase this down. There he goes up. It's a ghost. We do get some okay connections. Storms, they mainly zone away. Tempest are going down. ByuN takes a better fight. Takes out every single Tempest. A Sims in. Sims, he collapses on the army. And ByuN, he should barely clean this up. But again, even though ByuN, he wins that fight, Australia can remax. Now the mothership, no! One is a little bit too close. Here come the Zealot reinforcements. Yeah, Australia, he holds. Does hold on. Oh. Guess the ghost and rocks get knocked down. On top of a ghost, I think. It was hard to see. Ghost did fall. Oh my god. And Australia just pushing into ByuN. This cannon rushing in his face. Throwing down the wall of cannons. Let's force ByuN to respond. But looks like finally Australia's done it. Remember, the fight earlier did go in favor of ByuN, but Australia can remax. ByuN cannot. Australia he can keep going. He can do this all day. Boys are being pulled. A moment of desperation into Archons. GG gets called, and Australia ties up the series 1-1. We are going to game 3. GG. GG, well played. Again, Australia, he was able to gain map control early on, and ByuN had to fight so hard to expand. He fought so hard for his expansions, and Australia, he just had full map control. He was able to afford some of these worst fights because of that massive bank that Australia had, and over time was able to overwhelm ByuN. GG, well played. But again, as we did mention, we saw a very similar playstyle in game 1 as well, but here in game 2 on Ultra Love, I do think that it was very map dependent. I do feel like this playstyle from Australia is much stronger in Ultra Love, and I think I will say the same about this next map as well. Up next, we do have Ley Lines. Ley Lines, I would say, is a smaller map compared to Ultra Love. I'm pretty sure. I think it is a smaller map, but still very defendable. Still very easy to cut in half. Split the map in half, and go for a longer game. And again, I feel like this is where Australia's strengths lie. For those that maybe don't watch EPT Americas or EPT NA, Australia, he is known for his late game. You know, he's kind of like filled in the shoes of Neeb, as Neeb was kind of like the late game machine for many years and for a long time at the top of the NA region. Australia, likewise, very similarly, is very well practiced in that kind of scenario. And that's where he can thrive. Here we go. We had a few games we had mass nukes. Yeah, it is a little easier to go mass nuke when the Terran player accumulates a bank. That's what I was trying to emphasize before. But in the current patch and the current map pool, we've seen it on maps like Oceanborn, on Alkione as well, where you go for, basically you just use nukes to either zone the army or to deal with those shield battery cannon walls, right? When you see that wall of cannons and shield batteries, you can use nukes to try to slowly work through them as well. But a big part of that is also just having a comfortable bank, and that is something that ByuN just never had. Just never did have, at least on Ultra Love in Game 2. And we'll see how things do differ here as we get ready for Game 3. Are going to be getting ready. Now, Australia, he has asked for a couple of minutes. Understandable. Completely understandable. Australia, he has asked for a couple of minutes here to just take a moment to get some water and hydrate a little bit before continuing with the series. So we're going to be going on a short break as well. And when we come back, we will have the remainder of the best of 5. See you soon. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the continuation to Game 3 here of this Best of 5 Grand Finals, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss, the Blue Protoss player, representing himself. Currently, team was fighting so hard for that second game. Did take it in the end. In the late game, it is Estrella. Hold on, I just refilled my water. We're hydrating, Papi. We're good. We're good to go. We're good to keep this going as we are settling into ley lines. And one of the big features here of this map is actually quite similar to Ultra Love that we just did spawn into, is just how defendable it can be. This is also why, just a little bit of a side tangent here. But if you were tuning into the patch notes to the podcast, if you were going through some of the changes yourself and some of the goals of the Balance team, of the Balance Council and ESL, one of their stated goals was to try to get rid of the current state of affairs in the current meta, in the current patch, which is kind of this more turtle-heavy style that we see on some maps, like Alkyone, like not quite Side Delta, but Alkyone and Golden Aura. That's what I was looking for. Where we do see a lot of split map scenarios, especially in TVZ, more so than TVP, is what I will say. Oceanborn is another big one where that does occur. And that was one of their stated goals, but at the same time, even though that was their goal for the patch, the map pool doesn't necessarily reflect that. We just saw it on Ultra Love, and we might see it here on ley lines as well, but there are certain maps in the current map pool that are a little bit more conducive to this more turtly or this more defensive style, which can make it quite difficult to be the aggressor and make it quite difficult to push in. We'll see if that's also the case here. Some of the big features here of ley lines is, once again, how defendable you can be here on a 4-base setup, getting to a 5th base as well. Again, there's just a lot of choke points, a lot of ramps as well. So pushing in and breaking some of these positions, as long as the opposing player can keep up with your movement, can be very difficult. Because of that, we could see another late game, another maxed out situation where a lot of it will come down to whether or not either player can freely expand. I say that, if you remember, in game 1, it was Estrella that was struggling, but also that was because of the map, right? That was about Whispers of Gold. Whispers of Gold is much more difficult to actually protect your 4th and 5th base, as we saw from Estrella. On Ultra Love, much easier. Ley lines as well, I would say. Oh, hello, Estrella going for a much more aggressive start this time. Back at home, it is going to be a Twilight Council opener into Blink. And how many gateways, you may ask? We have 1 gateway in the main, 2 gateways in production, 3 gateways in the main base in total, and potentially a proxy 4th gateway for 4-gate Blink. There it is. There's the 4th gate. Let's go. 4-gate Blink out of Estrella, hyper aggressive from the Blue Protoss player. Meanwhile, ByuN back at home, getting into his 2-1-1 setup, building up Marines, tank production underway, Ravens as well. Did initially go for the Widowmine drop, but Estrella does keep up. Estrella, he does keep up. He's chasing down the medevac. He's unable to quite shut it down though. ByuN does pull back. Does pull back home. ByuN did confirm Twilight Council is not aware of the gateway counter yet. Not fully. Raven moves out, misses the proxy. And Estrella with that high vision, he can dive into the main. There's a tank on the low ground. There's a tank at that actual bunker as well, but the main base is exposed. And Estrella, he's diving in. Okay, he's nice. Stim is exposed. It's gonna be denied. Yeah, massive pickup. Stim goes down. Marines have to respond. But again, they're vanilla Marines. They do get 1 Stalker though. Yeah, late reaction by Estrella. He has to pull away. Tanks are repositioning. Natural that much more exposed. Astray, he's expanding behind this. Back at home, he's focusing his defense. Ravens, they do poke in. And Astray, he does not break the natural. It was a good pick off in the main, but Astray doesn't get quite enough done. 8 probes going down. Oh my god. To the auto turrets and to the Widow Mines. Up to 10 probe kills now. So nice counter damage by ByuN. Astray getting his 3rd, trying to get back into his economy. Thinking about diving on the tank, he will get it. Just barely, but at a cost. That's 2 or 3 stalkers going down. Astray rotating. Now, sniping the tank, what that means is that the eventual counterattack, when ByuN breaks out, it will be that much less effective. That much less to work with. Astray doesn't get the bunker. ByuN is holding. So far, so good. ByuN is holding on. Now we can calm things down. We can see a very gateway heavy composition. It's going to be charges to follow up, double forge or double upgrades for those charge lots. So it's going to be a swarm toss style from Astray. It's going to be swarm toss. Delayed splash damage. Raven comes back in. Gets 2 more probes. Now we can just calm things down. We do have ByuN going for a 3rd CC here, further back in the main. Meanwhile, gateway explosion. 8 gates. It's going to be an 8-gate setup here from Astray. It's going to be a lot of zealots, a lot of charge lots. And ideally, Astray does want to fight out on the map, out in the open. Or even on his side of the map. But we'll see if ByuN does move out. So far, still building up. Of course, he has to catch up on all those upgrades on Stim. Astray takes a 4th. Trying to maintain his economic advantage. ByuN is breaking out. Forces back the stalkers. Does force back the stalkers. Moves out with his 1 tank. Let's see if Astray can keep up. And he will have a lot of Zealous reinforce coming from behind. He comes in for a force around. And ByuN is getting caught unsieged. And Widowmine's going down. The tank will survive. Nice cleanup there from Astray. Does hold. He can chase him down as well. Can and he will. The tank is exposed. Oof. Final tank goes down. Astray chasing him down as well. Runs into reinforcers, so Astray gets punished. Astray does overextend. He overextends. He has to pull away. And ByuN is pushing in. This time there is no surround setup. Astray, okay, he's getting ready for it. Does pull back. Does pull away. But this is not going to be an easy hold. Not with this many Widow Mines. Oh, another tank goes down. Nice setup. Mine shots going off. Oh my god, massive connections on those zealots. What a beautiful force field. A lot of the bio gets knocked down. Does Astray have enough? It's still so close. Still so close here. As ByuN, he kites back. Deals with the zealots. Very nice kiting. There's still a Widow Mine behind this. And ByuN, sorry, Astray, he's running out of resources. He's running out of units here. Running out of army. There's nothing left. Yeah, there is nothing left. Boys are being pulled. Into Bio. Probes are going down. Nexus fell. And ByuN overwhelms. Is looking to overwhelm the army. And now, does retreat. He is a bit overstimmed. But in a head-on fight, without many zealots, he can still take this. He can still force Astray back. Astray is still warping in more zealots. He was missing some warp-ins earlier. I did notice. Astray did have like a large mineral bank. But ByuN, he just keeps pushing in. Denies the fourth base once again. That's a kill, not a cancel. Ah, that is a kill. And ByuN, it looks like he has on it. He's broken the back of Astray. He just keep rallying in. Even with these zealot reinforcements, it just is not enough. And ByuN can keep going. And GG gets called. ByuN will take a 2-1 lead in the specified grand finals. GG. Good. GG, well played. Yo, I got some water earlier, like during the break, during the interim, and it's like killing me. Oh god. Sorry, I just had to mute during the cast. I was coughing, man. I was coughing. We're back. No. But GG, well played. Again, Astray going for a very different style. He went 4-gate blink into 8-gate charge, a very gateway-centric composition. And it has a lot of potential, especially if he's able to catch out the army in the center of the map. But as we saw, it just wasn't quite the case there for Astray. Was missing some warp-ins as well. Likewise, ByuN was able to just take a better trade, kite very nicely, overwhelm, and GG. GG, well played. Astray definitely had some good moments, but was not quite enough. And now we are getting into game number 4. Here we go. It's going to be on Snowpiercer. This is the largest map in the new map pool. For those that are unaware, very large map in the map pool. And we could be here for a while. It's possible if Astray does go for a more defensive, more late game style. We'll see. We shall see us spawning in the top right-hand corner of Snowpiercer. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. Up in the series, 2-1. Automas, one more game is all he needs. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss. Down in the series, we'll see if we can force the ace match. It is Astray. I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a game 5, but the pressure is on. Yeah. The pressure is on. Now, we have seen ByuN go for double gas openers every game so far. Will he go for something different as Astray? He's going for the proxy. Let's go. He's setting up for the gateway here. This does make sense. Basically, Astray, he's hoping for an economic opener out of ByuN. Alas, double gas. Going to be double gas opener means a faster factory, means a delayed CC from the Red Terran player. And we'll see if he can survive what Astray has ready for him. As it is going to be a 2-gate opener, 1 gateway back at home, and 1 proxied in the natural. One is going to be proxied. With this, we should be seeing a Zealot from the proxied gateway, and we should be seeing Adept and Stalker as well to reinforce. Meanwhile, big shout out to Let Me Play With Your Kid. Gah, Papi, gah. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 7 months, 6 months in a row. Thank you, Papi, thank you. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And welcome to the grand finals of PiGosaur Monday number 6. Welcome. Meanwhile, so far, unscattered, chronoing out the Stalker actually across the map. Stalker is on the way. Adept to reinforce. God, I'm still dying. Jesus. Here we go. Stalker poking in. Reaper races back. I mean, with the timing of the Stalker, yeah, ByuN knows, does pull the boys. The boys are here to zone the Stalker back. Adept is still on the way. Takes a long time to get across the map as well. As Estrella just trying to trade as best he can, trying to contain for as long as possible as well. Behind this, Estrella just transitioning, building up. And eventually ByuN will be able to expand, will eventually take the natural, but is still in the process of doing so. Oh, I tried to bait out that Widowmine. Widowmine barely does survive as well, just barely. As the Stray pokes in. You have to embrace this tech of choice. A couple of boys are being pulled. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener here by Estrella. Once that depot tank has arrived. And with the help of this tank, ByuN should be secure, should finally be able to expand. And Estrella has to just be very careful not to lose too much here when he does so. As the CC is floating over. And ByuN breaks out. The tank is sieged, Proxy gets scouted, and ByuN is secure. Meanwhile, my apologies, I assumed it was going to be Blink, but no, it's going to be a Dark Shrine instead. Bold move here by Estrella, going for the DTs. We have already seen DTs win games tonight in today's broadcast. Will we see it again? Will we see it again here? As they commit to the shade! Mind Shell going off, takes down a Stalker. Widowmine goes down. Not sure that was quite worth it here for Estrella. And bleeding out a little bit too much. As the proxy is cleaned up, there is a backup pylon behind this for those DTs. And if ByuN mules up a little bit too hard, then those Dark Templar, they can pop off. They can potentially end the game. Potentially. Oh, as the Reaper does spot the pylon, at least. Pylon is spotted. Estrella, he will expand, takes a third. Banshee gets across the map. Oof. There's no saturation, actually. I mean, they can't be. Estrella's pulling back into the main. He's stuck on a one base economy. Zero detection. ByuN did just mule, but he has a Raven. No shot. He has a Raven. He shuts down the DT. GG gets called. And ByuN, the invisible Banshee, the invisible flying machine, does too much. Ends the game across the map. GG gets called, and ByuN will be this week's PiGosaur Monday number 6 champion. GG. GG, well played. Not how we wanted the series to end necessarily, but regardless, congratulations to ByuN. My condolences to Estrella. We had some intense games in this. I'm still dying. What's happening? I do apologize. I do apologize for the second half of this finals. During the break, again, I went to get some water. I drank some water and it's destroyed my throat. I don't know what happened. But regardless. GG, well played. Again, we had intense game 1 and game 2. We had a little late game. We had a lot of sky toss as well. It was really impressive to see Estrella pop off against ByuN. But then in game 3 and now in game 4, we saw something very different here. Estrella, he went for a very gateway heavy composition in game 3. Didn't quite trade well enough with it. He was eventually overwhelmed and outscaled. Here in game 4, a little bit cheeky here of a move for Estrella to go into DTs. And to be hyper aggressive like that, but alas, ByuN was playing very carefully, very safely. He had a Raven to defend. He also had Banshees across the map. Zero detection for Estrella. GG. GG, well played. The game does end. And congratulations to ByuN. Congratulations. As he does get his revenge, and he does take down Estrella. But I also don't want to take away from Estrella because, hey, if you didn't notice how he made it to the finals, let's have a look at the bracket. Switching our scenes over here. Estrella to make it to the grand finals. Who did he bring down? None other than MaxPax. Estrella, he took down MaxPax 2-1. in a massive result and a massive upset as well. Very impressive stuff here by Estrella. Fun fact, he took down MaxPax twice today. Once in this tournament and once in the Kalara Steadfast Roddy Cup earlier today as well. So back-to-back PvP wins here for Estrella, flexing over MaxPax, showing which one is the real Max, really. The Max Angel over the MaxPax. ByuN still wins it in the end, but again, I don't want to take away or even diminish the achievements here of Estrella, because it was very impressive for him to make it even to the finals and defeat the players that he did. Both MaxPax and Trigger, for example, leading into the finals. So congratulations to both players. And with that, we are wrapping up for the afternoon. I'm going to have to rest my voice, apparently, and recover. Likewise, we have another cast later on tonight in 5 hours. 5 hours time, we're going to be live here with Alima League. Not here, though. We're going to be live with Alima League, but not here on Twitch. We're going to be live on Chijijik, which is a Korean streaming platform. I do have a link for you in the chat. Exclamation mark Chijijik. What I will say, if you are residing in the land of Europe or the North Americas, your routing and your connection to that Korean streaming platform may not be ideal. Does depend on where you are in the world. We have noticed that if you're in Southeast Asia or Oceania as well, then your connection should be pretty good, but elsewhere in the world is a little bit more unstable, which is less than ideal. Because that there might be some buffering involved, so do check it out and figure out whether you can or can't watch live. Otherwise, VODs are going to be available. We will be having VODs available here on YouTube, so exclamation mark YouTube or socials in the chat if you guys want to have a look at our YouTube channel. We'll be uploading to YouTube as quickly as we can. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for support. Again, we're going to be casting Alima League live in 5 hours time. We are the official English casters. I do know that I think Wardy does like a replay cast afterwards, so if you want to watch some replays, then Wardy has you covered. Otherwise, you can watch it live on our channel. And again, we will be uploading VODs to our YouTube throughout the week. It will take some time, takes a while to like render and process all the VODs. It'll take a couple of days, but by the end of the week, it should all be on YouTube. So in 5 hours, yeah. I'm gonna be going on. I'm gonna try and get some rest. Gonna try and get some sleep. I'll try to sleep for like 3 or 4 hours and hopefully be ready here for Alima League. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be beautiful. See you there. Otherwise, thanks so much. Thanks so much for watching. Again, shout out to all those that did subscribe here tonight, the bits that we got, the donations as well, Blakadoo's, for example, of course, the resubs that we got earlier. Thank you, we do appreciate it, do always appreciate the support. And if you enjoyed this broadcast, if you enjoyed this tournament, it is a weekly tournament. So next week, we have some more PiGosaur Monday. We have it for you in the coming week. Likewise, if you want to tune into our next broadcast here on Twitch, our next cast or our next event, our next stream is going to be on Thursday. It's going to be on the 14th of November, and it will be the Pondcast. The Pondcast is our weekly talk show going over all the week's news. Last week we went over the balance patch updates. The week before that we went over the previous balance patch as well in the map pool. So yeah, we just go over all the week's news, tournament results as well, and other things going on in StarCraft. I think this week we're probably going to be talking about WTL, World Team League. I should say SE Boy yesterday did announce the end of WTL. They're going on an indefinite hiatus because of reasons. Again, we can go over it during the podcast, so I'm sure that is going to be a point of discussion. Otherwise, see you then. See you then during the podcast or during Alima League. Otherwise, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Usually I would love to stream myself and maybe have a ladder session, but I should get some sleep. Actually, I'm already a little bit fatigued, and clearly I need to rest my voice. So I'm gonna go get some rest. Do check out and do give some love to Sort of. Sort of is live, Sort of is streaming. Sort of course, recently did move to Korea, and he has been enjoying himself there. Recently engaged as well, so a lot of hype for Sort of. Is engaged. And soon to be married, I think. I did see like some photos released relatively recently as well. So Much love to Sort of. Do give him some love, do give him some support. Otherwise, I'll see you guys next time. Until then, thanks for watching. Hasta luego, ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.